guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
To release the Epstein files, but the real fight will happen after that. While I want to see every single name released so that these women don't have to live in fear and intimidation.
President Trump announced this evening that he signed the bipartisan Epstein files bill requiring the Justice Department to release thousands of documents on Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and other related figures within 30 days. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed the DOJ will comply with sensitive information possibly redacted. The legislation passed the House 421-1 and the Senate was unanimous. Newly released Epstein files show that Epstein tried to court Bill Gates through a donor-advised fund pitch in 2017. Texts indicate Gates was interested, but his then-wife Melinda objected. Records also show that Epstein sought help from former Obama advisor Kathleen Rumler. The U.S. is offering a $15 million reward for Canadian Olympian turned fugitive Ryan Wedding. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced new charges, calling Wedding a drug lord responsible for trafficking 60 metric tons of cocaine.
From day one, Ryan Wedding has been on the top of Director Patel's radar to get him. We have talked about him constantly.
He now faces murder, drug trafficking, and other charges. President Trump reportedly proposed a Ukraine-Russia peace deal, giving Russia control over parts of eastern Ukraine, including Donbass and Crimea, while offering Ukraine U.S. and European security guarantees. Kiev opposes ceding territory. European leaders stress any deal must include strong protection for Ukraine. Wall Street closed with stocks in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 47 points, the S&P 500 gained 25 points, and the Nasdaq recouped 131 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Texas Democrats are cheering Tuesday's redistricting ruling.
It prevents, for now, newly drawn congressional maps to be used in next year's midterm election.
One of the district judges in El Paso actually is a Trump appointee.
That's Congressman Lloyd Doggett, but the victory may be short-lived. Texas Governor Greg Abbott vowed to appeal Tuesday's ruling to the U.S. Supreme Court. He says it's erroneous and undermines the authority the U.S. Constitution assigns to the Texas legislature. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Schools in northern Oakland County, Michigan briefly went into shelter in place today as federal agents pursued two reported gang members near Clarkston. Officials say there was never a direct threat to the students. No agents ever entered the school property. The suspects were never located. Deputies remained on patrol until the kids got home safely. Texas Representative Beth Van Dyne says Democrats had 4 years under the Biden administration to release the Epstein files, but didn't, arguing they wanted to weaponize the issue against Trump instead of protecting victims. She appeared on Newsmax.
I think what you saw from the Democrats, though, is while they had 4 years under the Biden administration to release these files, they didn't. And then on top of it, as more information is coming out, you can see why.
Van Dyne supports transparency, but says the earlier bill was rushed and didn't safeguard survivors' identities. Van Dyne adds that Trump is willing to meet with the victims once the records are released. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
It looks like it's that time again. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. As Pappy likes to say, here we go. Ready to ride into a Thursday. Indeed, we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So we turn the page on the calendar once again, day number 20 in the month of November. 1 week, 7 days will be Thanksgiving Day. How about that? Matter of fact, we've got our first pretty in-depth look at what our traveler's weather is looking like for Thanksgiving week. Obviously, things can change, but we're getting close enough where we got some of the models are depicting maybe some travel issues, parts of the country. Yeah, especially maybe for that return trip following the Thanksgiving, but we'll break all that down for you as we get the new day underway. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A relatively quiet night outside the secret bunker. A little misty, just misty, foggy conditions. Yeah, we'll take a look around the country. We actually had been several days talking about the possibility of flooding rains impacting the south central states. There's not a whole lot of that going on right now. General run-of-the-mill showers in southern Iowa, northern Missouri, back from northeast into central portions of Kansas there. We have seen some thunderstorms rumbling through parts of Oklahoma, some of which are reaching severe levels. Yeah, reports of anywhere from quarter to $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds in some of those cells. A few of those extending into the north-central portions of Texas, right there along the Texas-Oklahoma line. That's going to be ramping up through the upcoming day. I believe Thursday is supposed to probably be the most active day of the week when it comes to storm possibilities. Let's start right there from our friends at AccuWeather. As a powerful storm moves out of the southern plains, areas of heavy rain, flash flooding, some of the strongest thunderstorms threatening lives and property Thursday into Friday. Rainfall from central Texas to Kansas into Missouri, bringing both benefits and hazards at the same time. Parts of the region actually need a good soaking due to the drought conditions, but quick runoff across the roughly 900-mile-long area could cause some highway flooding, street flooding, rapid rises on smaller streams. Generally 1 to 4 inches of rain from the Rio Grande Big Bend area of Texas to near the Mississippi River in Missouri. The heaviest rain will be double that, 4 to 8 inches. Some areas approaching maybe 10 in parts of the Texas Hill Country, northwest of San Antonio, as well as the Ozark Mountains of southwestern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas. Now, of course, the hilly terrain, the rugged, hard-pan landscape of that hill country increases the danger of flash flooding. Any of the towns and cities in that zone stretching from San Antonio to Austin, Dallas, in Texas there, Oklahoma City to Tulsa, Little Rock and Fort Smith, Arkansas, northward to St. Louis, Kansas City, Missouri, Wichita, Kansas. Anywhere in that zone could experience enough downpour activity to see some urban flooding there. You have seen some building warmth, moist air on the storm's southeastern side, increasing that risk of heavy, gusty, potentially severe thunderstorms, especially later Thursday and into possibly Friday. Although the overall risk for severe weather will span several states from now to Friday, storms producing the high winds and hail will be isolated and rather brief, in most cases lasting an hour or less. As is sometimes the case with severe thunderstorms, cannot rule out a brief tornado in certain conditions. Matter of fact, a couple days ago we had one of those there in southern Kentucky. Most of the storms for Friday across parts of the Mississippi, Ohio, Tennessee Valley regions shouldn't be severe. A few could briefly strengthen to produce some damaging wind gusts and maybe some hail. But here we are again. 1 week will be Thanksgiving Day. I mentioned last evening, I hadn't yet seen the numbers. How many folks going to be traveling over the Thanksgiving week? Well, according to AAA, there will be yet again a record number hitting the road and taking to the skies this Thanksgiving, kind of cementing the holiday's reputation as the busiest travel week of the year. AAA projecting 81.8 million people will travel between next Tuesday and the following Monday, December 1. That's up about 1.6 million more than last year. Media Relations Manager for AAA says, expect big crowds. We say it every holiday season, but the holidays are a time when most people want to get away and get together. Airports are going to be packed. You've got to give yourself plenty of time. Be mindful of how you're getting to the airport. Sometimes there's traffic going into the airport. So don't just think about long TSA lines. Think about traffic ahead of time. Also think about how early you're leaving. We look at where's everybody going to be headed this Thanksgiving? Most travelers are planning trips to see family and friends. Others take advantage of the long weekend to seek out some specific type of weather. Most people are looking for a bit of warmth if they can do what they want to get away, take a big trip. Florida, in other words, is always one of the top destinations. 4 of the 5 most popular destinations for Thanksgiving are indeed in Florida. Orlando tops the list, followed by Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Tampa. Yeah, Orlando's weather typically sees highs in the mid-70s, comfortable evenings in the 50s, which is a far cry from the early winter chills that grip much of the country. The state also has unique offerings for the holiday travelers. Florida is the most popular domestic destination, thanks to the theme parks and the cruise ports, of course. New York City was the coldest location on their list. Average high in Thanksgiving, about 50 degrees. Of course, they host the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, one of the most iconic events of the holiday season that draws millions of spectators every year. Experts recommend hit the road early in the day to avoid the worst congestion, which typically builds in the afternoon and evening. Air travelers, check your flight status before leaving for the airport. Obviously, leave extra time for the security lines and potential weather delays. The heaviest return travel day is Sunday, November 30. That's when millions of people head home to wrap up the long weekend. If you're going to be driving, make sure your vehicle's ready for a long trip. And obviously, keep an eye on the weather forecast so you can try and stay ahead of the weather. Well, as I mentioned, we'll delve into, as those millions hit the roads, we'll take a look around the country. Potentially some big-time travel impacts coming our way next week. Yeah, more and more of the model numbers and model runs are depicting a big Arctic blast coming in right about Thanksgiving, the day after. But from Thursday into Friday, Black Friday, we're going to see some big changes and could see some fairly significant snowfall in parts of the country just in time for the big travel home time of the Thanksgiving weekend. So, we'll break it down for you, as they say. Coming up first out of the box, hello, Philly Dan joins us. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Hello to Marianne. Hello to all the listening friends. I don't know how you keep track of them, Marianne. She lists them all. Tank, where are we at tonight? Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Friday Eve. 63 here in Coachella, California tonight. All right, we got her pointed back east. We will be rolling toward western Tennessee. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Uncle Chops Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew, all the listeners there. Hello to Shorty, I-95, southbound Brunswick, Georgia, with 63 degrees. Here we go. Orlando turnaround number 2. Michael, seems like you're kind of excited there. What's up, people? One more day, and I have the winter off. Yay. And he did that all in capital letters. Sorry for the caps, Steve, but I had to. That's showing his excitement. He's yelling at us. Where are we at there? Norman, good morning. Not in north central Kansas. No. Check it in from Colorado. On vacation right through the Thanksgiving holiday. It's a nice, cool evening, he says. No snow at this point. Oh, boy, the mice got under the hood of our new car. Did $5,000 in wiring damage overnight on Tuesday. I'm waiting on 2 wiring harnesses. Thank goodness the insurance is going to cover the damage. But other than that, relaxing at the cabin. Everyone have a good night, a good morning. That's bizarre. So you get up in the morning, go out, head over to get some coffee at the convenience store, and what? Something's wrong with the car. It won't do anything. Mice chewing up the wires. Okay. Let's see. Hello to Bob in Michigan. Good to have you joining us this early Thursday. Jeffrey, good morning, Steve. The overnight family there in southern Florida. Country Bumpkin checks in from Waterford, Michigan tonight. Good morning to the overnight drive family. Get to some of our other listening friends as we, again, get it underway around the country. As always, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
What do you say? Hello to the Iron Duck. Good morning, all. 42 degrees, Monroe, Ohio at this hour. That's exactly where we are. Outside the secret bunker, as a matter of fact. Cloudy skies, right? Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 52 degrees. Yeah, a little funky drizzle and fog. Clarksville, Tennessee. Yes, indeed, got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck wound up tight. Spurring it east for Lenore City, Tennessee at a supersonic pace. An epic night for a stroll on the boulevard. Okay, Steve, tonight is the night when we add a brand new listener to the Rolodex. I'll even let you announce the new member. Special one night only shout out to Uncle Chops from the Volunteer State tonight. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 44 degrees. Platkill, New York. Eskimo Mom. There you go. Time to get her week started, right? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thirsty Thursday, Friday Eve. This would be my Monday, since I took a sick day yesterday, had a head cold. As long as the meds, coffee, and cough drops keep working, I think I'll be able to muddle through. All right, finish it up a drop and hook at my store. Thanks to the holiday next week. Yeah, 1 week till Thanksgiving, right? 35 days till Christmas. We're looking towards spring. How about 121 days? All right, we've got drizzle, fog, 48 degrees in northwest Kentucky, southwestern Indiana. Okay. Be safe out there, drivers. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, everyone. Have a great day. Buckeye Boy checks in Ackworth, Georgia tonight. 62 degrees. All right, was able to get the delivery off okay after having breakfast with Mom and my sister. Then going to Home Depot, got the new washer set up for delivery. Doctor's appointment, haircut on the slate the next couple of days. Then it's over to see the stepson and the family, all while trying to get the scheduling straightened out. I may have to load tomorrow for Dayton, Ohio, a Monday delivery, or it could be for December 1. Yeah, they're driving me crazy here with this scheduling stuff. All right. Also looks like December, January, going to be very busy times. All right. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And there he is, Saddle Up Nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy, the midnight hour. But the show must go on. All I know is it's cold outside. Got to go. Stay safe out there. All right, 24 past the hour. Well, last thing we heard, we broke down on the side of the road. Transmission exploded. And we're talking about all the perils, the dangers of being stuck along the side of the interstate these days. And then he disappears. Well, I guess he's okay. What do you say, Horse Feathers? And I don't know. What day is it anyway?
I don't know. I think they're for the central people and the mountain people and the Pacific people. I think we can do, hey, Mike, what day is it?
Yeah, it is.
Quick, hurry.
It is technically still hump day for a couple hours. There you go.
All right. Well, I'm sorry about the East Coast guys, but yeah, is what it is there. So, yeah, after about 7 hours of delay waiting for a replacement truck there, we finally got one there, so we got to finish our day up and continue on. And I don't know, after about 22 hours, I guess we did finally get done. So, but anyways, makes for a long day, Your Honor.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, anyways, one of the perks of working local, I guess, is that sometimes you can still finagle things when you need to, because I do not stay out. I go home. It's pretty much a given that I go home. So
how
don't
long,
have any place to stay.
How long did you have to sit on the side of the road? Were you on the side of the road for 7 hours, or?
Yeah, it was about 6 hours, 6.5 hours, I guess, by the time the wrecker got there, and it was probably 7 total by the time we got everything unhooked. Got the replacement unhooked and the other one pulled out from underneath, because there wasn't any way to drive the other one out from underneath. The other one had to be pulled out from underneath trailer, and then get that one out of the way and get him where he was going to hook that one up so that I could hook up the replacement and continue on. But yeah, not sure exactly what the diagnosis is yet. Talked to a couple people there. I'm not sure. It wasn't the transmission case itself. It's actually the bell housing there at the end of the block.
Mm-hmm.
There where the clutch is, has about a 6-inch in diameter hole in it where all the pieces came out of, and So we're not sure if it's possibly the pressure plate of the clutch blew up, if the flywheel shattered in the against the pressure plate. Possibly the end of the crank could have broke off, which would have let the pressure plate and clutch all just fall kind of loose onto the main shaft of the transmission, or the main shaft of the transmission could have broke coming forward out of the transmission, which would have caused a pretty major catastrophe of that nature. So we'll have to wait to see what the diagnosis is when they get tearing into it, get the transmission dropped down, and see what's not in front of the transmission anymore, because I know there's a lot of pieces that end up on the highway. But anyways, that's I can now say that's a first for something I've never had happen before, Your Honor. I've never had any part of a drive. No, I shouldn't say that. I have had a transmission lock up, and I've worn out a set of rears to the point that they were rattling real bad when they got back, but I've never had anything explode underneath me before.
A total catastrophic failure, right? Well, hold the thought. We pause there. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tel360.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says on Truth Social that he has signed the bill to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. The Senate received the House-passed bill this morning, immediately passing it on to the president for his signature. Yesterday, the House passed the bill to force the DOJ to release all the Epstein files by a 427-1 vote. The Senate immediately passed it without a vote. CVS Pharmacy will be required to pay an $18.2 million settlement for violating California law.
Between 2010 and 2021, CVS violated the California False Claims Act. State officials say it improperly billed the Medi-Cal program by submitting pharmacy claims using false electronic certifications. The state says CVS knowingly failed to verify or document mandatory compliance for a large number of claims that led to Medi-Cal issuing millions of dollars in false claims. Nearly half of the settlement money will go to the federal government. I'm Daniel Martindale.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a new day comes our way from time zone to time zone. Yeah, that would be Friday Eve, technically, huh? Yeah, Norman said in reference to the mice getting under the hood, chewing up the wires, said the dealer says it's like a 20-hour job to replace the wiring. Wow. But I did get a new F-150 for a rental. Nice ride. I guess if they screw up the wiring, they've got everything going to all the different components. What a mess. Hello, Gilligan morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Cloudy night in Fort Criswell, Virginia. There was a Chiswell, 47 degrees. All right, there you go. Keep it shiny side up. All right, back to horse feathers there, yes. Stuck on the side of the road.
So anyways, so we got ourselves going, finished up yesterday, and then, now it was day before yesterday. And anyways, got Wednesday's work there, and it was only one load, and it really didn't need to start early, and I didn't have enough sleep by the time I got home after being up as long as I did. And we had all the rain going on yesterday in the morning and midday, so I decided I wasn't leaving until afternoon. So I went out and did my afternoon, and it ended up that I got one load for today, Thursday, otherwise known as Friday Eve, and it actually pretty much continued my Wednesday work to do the Thursday work. So I got the Wednesday work done, and then I went on and got the Thursday loaded, and now I've got the Thursday delivered, and I'm actually headed home, so I should be back to the parking spot in about 2 hours if this truck makes it that far. We are apparently have a fuel filter issue, and the only good thing is we got an old 94 Kenworth here, and it makes you appreciate modern equipment with air ride cabs and things of that nature. But the good thing is that it's got the old kitty cat underneath the hood. You know, the monkey gouger always swears by the kitty cats. Well, this got an old B model 3406 in it, and the one good thing about them is that you don't need a lot of fuel pressure to make them go down the highway. So
there you go.
I'm nursing right around about 3 to 5 pounds of fuel pressure when it's at the high point. Sometimes it's dropping to 0, and as I say, we're nursing it along, going to see if we can get it back to where its parking spot is and disconnect them and take them home and see what I can find for a fuel filter to put on it in the morning, and we'll go from there. But speaking of the 3406s, you asked the question the other day there about our old friend Cue Ball and Orwell and what's going on? We haven't heard from them.
Right.
Well, when you got 6 hours of sitting around on the side of the road with nothing better to do than freeze to death, I did find my way to a convenience store about a quarter mile away and sat inside. It was a little warmer than outside because there was frost on the pumpkin. But anyways, old Cue Ball there, I guess he's got his own authority at this point. So I'm not sure how much he's working for Wiedmeyer. Couple videos I saw really didn't discuss that. So I don't know if he's still working with Wiedmeyer, who he'd worked with for quite a long time, or if he's trying to work all on his own with his own authority. But he'd been out running pretty hard, and anyways, he was kind of on his way back home, according to this video, and he was talking about the upcoming holiday for Thanksgiving, and so he's going to be home with that. And they got some more work to do on Orwell with the frame rails. I guess looked like they got the rear axles put underneath it, and they were working on the fifth wheel. So he said that was going to be the next project, was to get the fifth wheel finished up on Orwell. So they'll be making some new videos and stuff, and I guess he's got a little medical procedure to do, and he's going to be off the road for a couple weeks with that, but that'll give him time to work more on the videos. And I guess his 2 boys are coming home for the holiday, so they're going to have a full house for Thanksgiving there. So, but that's about the reason why it really made me think of that, to tell you that, was he actually ran the old Black Dog out of fuel the other day. Of course, the modern fuel systems work a little different than the old trucks like Orwell with the crossover line, and this one I'm driving. Sometimes they don't draw the fuel tanks down level, down even. So what happens is you got fuel in one tank, and then it sucks one dry. You'll have like 1/8 of a tank left in one, and it'll suck the other one dry, and then you'll run out. You'll run out even though your gauge says you had fuel in the other tank. So you kind of got to watch the modern equipment, and it doesn't run quite even. But he was one exit 1 mile away, and I forget who it was. There was the lady that he got the frame rails from for Orwell. She was out, and she came over with her pickup with a portable fuel tank in it, and got him some fuel, and they got it restarted and got him going again. But anyway, so that's where that goes. But Orwell's got the old 3406B Caterpillar, and he was explaining how you don't need a whole lot of fuel pressure to make these old cats run there. They pretty much can, So anyways, I'm pretty much in the same thing, except for I got 3/4 of a fuel tank there, so I'm not running out, but I just don't have any fuel filter to let the fuel go through. So, hey, one thing here for the trucking industry, and it's not going to affect too many of us, but I guess they passed a law in Maryland, and I don't know if you caught this or not, for the moving people. And I guess there's a whole bunch of shenanigans that go on in the bed bugging business, Your Honor. I don't know if you've heard about this or not. Kind of like the scam in the towing industry. So apparently, these people, think they're getting a reputable mover. Somebody's got to move across the country or across town, and they call up their local United. Isn't that the way you say that? United. I think that's the way it's written out on the truck there. United. Yeah, United. Or the Atlas, or what was the other one there that had the U.S. The U.S. 1 sign? Allied, I think was that, wasn't it? But anyways, big orange trucks. But anyways, they call up these moving companies, and sometimes the moving company shows up and loads up all their household goods, and goes on down the road and never to be heard from again.
Mm-hmm.
Just disappears. Talk about a way to rob your house and rob your blind.
Yeah.
But they just go and disappear. So they're going to have some registry that the moving companies have to register with. But I guess kind of on the lines of the towing way, there's some of these moving companies that have storage facilities, and when they go and pick up your household goods, they put them into their storage facility and then say, well, you owe us money for storing them and charge astronomical fees, kind of like these towing people. So I don't know when this law's either set up to go in effect or is, but they were saying that there might be an issue with having money for enforcement on the law. So I don't know if you could delve into that a little bit more. The Maryland Motor Truck Association there was talking about it, so that's kind of where I got that out of. But other than that, I don't know. We got kind of another just kind of a chilly night. We got rid of the rain. All the rain's gone. Back to being a little chilly. But if you already put in your word to the AccuWeather guys for Saturday, you did one heck of a job, because I know there's supposed to be some showers here Friday. Casual Friday with showers. That doesn't sound right. But they're all supposed to go away early Saturday morning, down to like a 30% chance of rain, where we're going to have the holiday light parade, and by nighttime it's down to 8% chance of rain, and the daytime high is supposed to be 52. So I don't know.
For this time of year, that's not too shabby, right? That's pretty good. All right. Well, thank you, Horse Feathers. All right, holidays. Here they come. The light parade. Speaking of which, it's going to be a big travel week. Millions traveling between Tuesday and the following Monday. And as far as travelers' weather, it may be some weather-related delays across large parts of the country. AccuWeather forecasters say many disruptions will be caused by a storm swinging out of the southwest, sending downpours and perhaps severe thunderstorms across the central, southern, and eastern U.S., as close to 82 million people will be traveling at least 50 miles away from home during and after Thanksgiving this year. That'll be a new record, according to AAA. Weekend travelers will face some stormy weather. A storm producing heavy rain and mountain snow in California late this week will shift into Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado over the weekend. Snow should be confined to the highest elevations. Rain showers in most areas where the major highways are located. But for those getting an early start on Thanksgiving travel, scattered showers could make the road slick from Kentucky and Tennessee to the Carolinas and Virginia Saturday before departing by Sunday. More substantial downpours with some heavy, gusty thunderstorms return to parts of Texas this weekend as the storm begins to draw in some moisture from the Gulf. Storms could be rather intense to impact flight operations. Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, Oklahoma City, and Little Rock. Later Sunday into Monday, and maybe Houston, Texas for Monday. We'll go step by step through the upcoming week and some of the busiest travel days as we move forward. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
I want to say hello, drummer girl. Checking in from Northeast Philly tonight, 38 degrees on a clear night. See, the nephew's going to be going from Texas to Pennsylvania. 8 years since he was at his parents'. Yeah, my sister-in-law, I guess for Thanksgiving, right? Looking forward to seeing him. So that's quite a trip. That's a long journey. Meanwhile, Buckeye Boy has his annual golf outing, the grudge match. He said, we got a tee time set for the golf grudge match with the brother next Wednesday. All right, coming up as we move forward this early Thursday. Well, I've heard from many saying it seems like freight's kind of slow. It is not a figment of your imagination. FreightWaves doing an in-depth dive into the overview of the freight market. I had the Trimble's Insight Conference here a few days ago. Yeah, FreightWaves, Sonar's monthly State of the Freight webinar. As experts in the field try to peel back the reasons for the persistence of the freight recession, when things might begin to turn around. So again, that was an in-depth dive. We'll delve into that coming up. Meanwhile, Knucklebuster joins us. What's happening, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, you can call Steve at 844-844-3388, but just don't tell Siri to call Steve Summers overnight drive. So she'll get the first part, but she won't get that second part. And after I hung up with you tonight, I called her a dumbass B, the B word. So.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, it may be just flying on horse dealer's truck there. They're bad about breaking into and creating a lot of damage there. Steve, you know what? This is going to sound racist, but it's not. You know what's black and doesn't work?
What is it?
Decaf coffee.
That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I read an article the other day. I forgot to mention it the last couple of calls. Ford's chief executive officer, he said they got an open mechanic jobs nationwide. See, you know what they're paying? $120,000. Just so if you're a smart tech.
Yep.
So, yep. So
that's an occupation.
That's a lot of money.
That's a high demand occupation. They've been struggling. This has been going on for years.
Yep. Well, I might just retire from truck driving and go become a mechanic. See,
work on the truck.
That worked for me. Yeah. So, He says they got them open nationwide, so I don't know. No, I better stick to driving the truck. That's what I'm good at. I'm okay for working on trucks when I need to. I work on my own, but if it was a 2025, I probably wouldn't be able to work on it here. So, anyway, I asked that girl tonight, Steve Butch, for dinner.
Yeah.
She didn't tell me. She had deer steak. And then she goes, "Are you in town?" I said, "Yeah, I was," and I asked you what's for dinner. But she didn't respond back. So, which that's what she had for dinner. Had some venison. I said, "Damn, girl, I'd love that." So, anyway, but her 20-year-old daughter cooked it. So, should I trust a 20-year-old cooking thing? Probably. She's probably as good a cook as what her mama is. So.
Right, yeah.
Anyway.
Well.
I'm coming into West Memphis. I'm going to put this thing in the yard there. I got laid over last night. Got $150 for sleeping. I popped some popcorn. Watched Land Band, the TV series. And had a good night sleeping for getting paid with it. So
right.
I was glad of that. Yep. So,
I haven't seen.
Anyway.
Yeah, last Sunday, episode 1, season 2 came out. I haven't watched it yet. The princess, she saw it. She said, "It's good. You're going to like it." I loved season 1. Supposedly season 2 is even more dramatic, more excitement, they say. Keep you glued to the TV every Sunday when they release new episodes. Yeah, episode 2 of the season 2 coming out this weekend, right? All right, we'll get to the state of the freight industry coming up. But first, what we've been talking about a whole lot as of late. Yeah, news had barely broke on the arrest of an alleged terrorist wanted by Uzbekistan. Almost immediately, lawmakers said, "What's going on?" Began demanding to know, how was this guy issued a non-domiciled CDL, a wanted terrorist, right? We've been asking the same. The arrest of the 31-year-old Akror Bozarov, the Uzbekistan national driving truck here in the U.S., wanted for belonging to a terrorist organization, according to a Homeland Security news release. The arrest warrant was issued by Uzbekistan back in 2022 for being a member of a terror organization accused of distributing terrorist propaganda and calling for jihad online, recruiting terrorists to join the jihad movement. Of course, arrested last week, working as a truck driver there in Kansas. Yeah, they said this is the guy that entered the U.S. illegally in February of 2023 after being arrested by the Border Patrol, of course, under the Biden administration with the open door policy like all the millions of others. He was just released into the heart of the country, granted work authorization in January of 2024, then issued a commercial driver's license in July of this year in Pennsylvania. This past day, or on the 18th, I guess it was, Tuesday, the leaders of the Pennsylvania House Republican Caucus sending a letter to the Attorney General Dave Sunday and the Auditor General Tim DeFore demanding an investigation into Pennsylvania's driver's license, real ID, and voter registration systems to determine how in the world this happened and make sure it doesn't happen again. Illegal immigrants with ties to terrorism shouldn't be getting a Pennsylvania driver's license in any form, obtaining a real ID, or having the opportunity to vote as part of automatic voter registration? According to the Republican caucus, Pennsylvanians are demanding answers. How did this happen? And what are you doing to make sure it doesn't happen in the future? Those answers are best obtained by the Attorney General and the Auditor General using the powers of their offices to hold the Shapiro administration accountable. Later that same day, Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy weighed in on the matter via X. We'll tell you what he had to say. And again, as we all recall, time and time again, the previous administration said, we're vetting these, and they're being thoroughly vetted before being released in the country. Not. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump announced today on Truth Social that he had signed a bill requiring the Justice Department to release all Jeffrey Epstein-related files within 30 days. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the DOJ will comply, reviewing new information on Epstein's ties to public figures. Senate Democrats warned Trump to ensure full transparency. Republican leaders expect the files to be released promptly. Federal investigators finished their work at the site of the UPS plane crash in Louisville.
Louisville Emergency Services Director Jody Myman says evidence from the site still being collected.
While the NTSB has released the site, that doesn't mean that they've released the evidence. And every piece of that aircraft has to be found, collected, and packaged and taken away properly by the contractor that's on site doing that.
The NTSB released the scene to local authorities over the weekend. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Border Czar Tom Homan says sanctuary cities must enforce immigration laws or step aside. While highlighting ICE's recent arrests of thousands of criminal illegal aliens in Houston, Homan warns New York and San Francisco that they will take action against the worst of the worst. He appeared on Fox News.
We will increase the enforcement presence in New York City, again, because they're a sanctuary city, and we know we have an issue there with public safety.
Homan credits the Trump administration with creating the most secure U.S. border in history. U.S. District Judge James Boasberg will quickly move on a contempt inquiry into whether Trump administration officials defied his March emergency order blocking the deportation of over 250 Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador. The case could involve testimony from current and former Justice Department officials while examining whether the government knowingly ignored the court's order amid the Trump administration's use of the 1798 Aliens Enemies Act.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 47 points. The S&P 500 gained 25 25 points. And the NASDAQ recouped 131 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The White House wants the FBI to take a closer look at the investigation into the assassination attempt of President Trump in Pennsylvania.
Caroline Levitt says new questions about the background of 20-year-old shooter Thomas Crooks are definitely deserving of answers. Levitt was commenting on a New York Post report which claims the FBI during congressional hearings never shared a trove of digital footprints that had been left behind by Crooks. Crooks was killed by Secret Service agents after firing on Trump during a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania in July of 2024. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Vista, California City Council voted last night to adopt sanctuary city policies.
After a more than 5.5-hour meeting that drew a packed crowd, the proposal passed by a 3-2 margin. The new rules limit how much local police can cooperate with federal immigration enforcement, aligning Vista with California's statewide sanctuary law. Supporters say the move protects immigrant families, while opponents, like Vista's Mayor John Franklin, say it could compromise public safety. More than 100 people spoke at the meeting, mostly in favor of the rules, and city leaders plan to review how these policies will be implemented in the coming weeks. I'm John Fink.
The final pennies minted by the U.S. government are expected to bring in some big bucks at auction.
The coins will be sold December 11th by Stax Bowers Galleries with 232 special 3-coin sets symbolizing the 232 years of U.S. penny production. Each set will include 2 regular pennies from the mints in Philadelphia and Denver and 1 24-karat gold penny. Each set is expected to bring in around $45,000 to $50,000. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Just like that, we get a new day, a new hour underway. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Hope your week's going well. Hey, we got a Thursday coming in. So start looking toward the weekend. Just around the corner. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, we left off referencing, in particular, Pennsylvania, lawmakers saying, how in the world are you issuing a commercial driver's license to someone that's actually has a warrant in a country that actually has a database? If you did your due diligence and vetted the individual, they wouldn't have been here to begin with. So Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation, weighed in because we just had the courts stepping in trying to say, you can't enforce this not issuing non-domiciled CDLs. He said the Department of Transportation is researching our legal options to fight this emergency stay on the interim final rule that would have drastically limited the number of non-domiciled CDLs. Meanwhile, federal lawmakers are already floating some other potential legislative fixes. We've got the Non-Domiciled CDL Integrity Act, aiming to lock the currently paused Trump administration emergency interim rule into federal law. That was the one, H.R. 5688. This is one of those scenarios where the likes of Louis Pugh and OOIDA would say, contact your representatives, get a hold of your lawmaker, support this. Because this bill mirrors the rule's core intent, which is drastically cutting down the number of non-domiciled CDLs that the states can issue. So under both the interim rule and Rausser's legislation, an employment authorization document would no longer qualify someone for a non-domiciled CDL. Now, what makes this bill particularly notable would be the staying power, while the DOT's interim rule is already facing lawsuits. It could be revised or tossed out by a future administration. Changing the federal law is a much different scenario. It's a much heavier lift. H.R. 5688 has already drawn support. Currently, more than 36 co-sponsors have signed on. Meanwhile, Representative Jeff Van Drew introduced the No CDLs for Illegals Act here a few days ago. That would be H.R. 5863. One element of the bill that may pique interest in the legislation following this Uzbekistan's arrest is an additional background check requirement. It would require states to use the federal SAVE system to verify immigration status of non-citizen applicants. If SAVE cannot confirm lawful presence, the state would be required to deny the CDL. That measure also gives the Secretary of Transportation the power to cut federal funding from states that improperly issue those CDLs. Alrighty, 844-844-3388. Well, we were discussing a big travel week coming our way next week. And a storm system causing some problems over the upcoming weekend as we look into early next week as this storm rolls out from Texas and the southern plains next Tuesday, which really begins the big Thanksgiving travel week. A large area of drenching downpours, possibly severe thunderstorms, will be spreading over the Mississippi Valley. Best chance for severe weather is going to be in the south central portions of the country. Now, however, if that storm tracks a bit northeast, that drenching rain will extend beyond the Midwest, and we could see some severe weather occurring further to the north, like parts of the Ohio Valley. Flights that pass through or originate from Chicago, Nashville, St. Louis, Houston, Minneapolis, and possibly Pittsburgh may be affected by this large storm system next Tuesday, just as the travel season gets underway. A period of snow and or a wintry mix may also accompany that system across the northern tier of the plains and the Midwest Monday night to Tuesday. Then as the cold air pushes southward, dumping in from the Canadian prairies Tuesday and Wednesday, we're going to be watching for a swath of snow developing along the northeastern slopes of the Rockies, the High Plains, from Montana to Wyoming, western Nebraska, Colorado. It's possible there's some snow showers or a brief period of snow for the Denver area sometime late Wednesday into Thanksgiving Day. Obviously, Wednesday is a particularly busy Thanksgiving travel day at the airports and on the roads, with the potential for travel delays with rain, slick conditions, poor visibility from the Ohio Valley to the northeastern states Wednesday to Wednesday night. It's all going to depend on the track of the storm, though, how strong, the forward speed. It will be losing some of its intensity as it travels from the central states toward the northeast. But obviously, given the volume of travelers, even a few hours of rain can bring some significant problems on the roads and the runways. Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston. Yeah, thunderstorms, meanwhile, could lead to some delays at some of the busy southeastern hubs of Atlanta and Charlotte for a time coming up next Wednesday. Ahead, we'll get an early look at Thanksgiving Day that could be better or worse, maybe, in New York City for the big Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. All right, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and we get back to the calls. Well, Eagle, welcome aboard.
Okay, yeah. You got me now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear. What's going on?
Okay, yeah, Steve, I want to go over some things that we talked about last night before I get to Donald Trump. Trump and his Epstein nonsense. But first I wanted to get started with this, what's going on with the Charlotte, North Carolina, and these ICE raids is going on. You know, last night at the end of the show, you know, we talked, and you went down. You probably would still be talking right now, Steve, when I asked you to list off some of the individuals that they had apprehended in the 2-3 days they had this Charlotte's Web or whatever the hell it's called. You probably would still be talking right now with all the criminals and all the cases. You know, you got people, Steve, that you were talking about last, people that had entered the country illegally and got kicked out of the country and came back. Not one time, but 2-3 times. You talked about people that had entered the country 3 times illegally, and they back again. Nobody tried to stop them whatsoever in the 4 years Biden was in the White House. These guys are committing crimes. They're selling drugs. They doing the whole deal. I think I even heard something today, Steve, about what these criminals are doing now. They saying that they posing as people that want to do lawn work and cut your grass and want to put lights on your house for Christmas, and then they turn out to be criminals and end up robbing you. They say they're doing that in Charlotte. They busted people that are trying to rob people, or they supposed to be doing home maintenance work, and they turn out to be criminals, stealing people's jewelry and everything. Why when people think that they got a man that's doing an honest day work, and these are the type of people that are in Charlotte, North Carolina. It ain't just Charlotte. It's all over the U.S. Like I told you last night, Steve, I hope that Donald Trump, and I don't give a damn, they can protest all they want. They can protest from coast to coast, from California all the way to New York. I hope Donald Trump hit every city in the United States of America with these ICE raids and get as many of them out as he can, because they here illegally. And it's not the first of some of these, like what I just said before. Some of them on their 3rd and 4th attempts in the USA, Steve. It's an embarrassment that they're still in this country and still got the nerve to commit crimes. And then yet you still got people, and this is what upsets me the most about the whole deal, Steve, is that you still got people out there protesting for these people that are literally, now you got people, I don't know if you've seen the video. That's the main thing I want to talk to you about. Have you seen the video of this man, I think it took place in Charlotte, a man in a van, a minivan. He tried to run over some ICE agents, and they got into a high-speed pursuit to chase this man down and place him under arrest. This man, guess what they found out when they finally stopped that vehicle, Steve? What a surprise. The man was in the country illegally. Well, what a surprise. Somebody that would try to run over an ICE agent is in the country illegally. Did you hear what I said, Steve?
Yes, sir. 100%. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, and now they try. What'd you say?
Surprise, surprise, right?
Yeah. He tries to run over an ICE agent, and they get into a high-speed pursuit and got to chase this man down and place this individual under arrest. And as they placing him under arrest, you got protesters out there that are actually saying that the ICE people are wrong for doing what they're doing, that they are arresting this man unjustified. Why are they arresting this man even after he tried to run over somebody? So I'm fed up with these people, Steve, the protesters and all that they're protesting a bogus cause. Like I said before, I hope they hit every Democratic city in the United States of America. I don't care if it's Baltimore, Maryland. I don't care if it's New York City, Chicago, out of coast to coast as far as I'm concerned, because I'm sick of the whole deal because this things are out of control right now, and something got to be done. Now, as far as that other guy you talked about last night, Steve, I was appalled at what you told me last night. You know, people don't realize how hard it is to get a commercial license. You said that guy. He not only had one commercial license, he had two licenses out of two states. And the man is an international criminal, a terrorist. And how the hell can you get two driver's licenses? You know, not just one, he had two. Driving a commercial vehicle from state to state, and this man is on the most wanted list as a terrorist. Now, you mean to tell me that I was going to say that somebody didn't identify this man? They didn't try to identify him. They just gave him the license. They didn't even check his damn background, because if they would have checked it, they would have found out who this man was. So it tells you they didn't even bother to check the man's background, Steve. It's disgusting. And, like I told you last night, Steve, I never thought, because I started driving before 9/11. I never thought in my life, Steve, that I would actually be driving a truck, and maybe the man that was next to me driving down the road might be a damn terrorist. I never thought that in my life that I would ever have to say that to you or anybody else, that I could possibly be driving a truck and the man behind the wheel of the truck next to me could be a damn terrorist from another country. That's really sad. It's really sad to say something like that on a radio show. Now, let me get to this other point with Donald Trump in this Epstein garbage, because that's what it is garbage. Donald Trump, he signed his name on the paperwork today to release the evidence, and they're not going to find not a damn thing with Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't do anything wrong. Just because you knew this man, associated, talked to him, doesn't mean that Donald Trump had anything to do with any kids, child rapes or anything like that. Until they show me proof Donald Trump is innocent, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to that. So they can make up all the bogus stories they want to make up, all they want. Like I said, because all it is a witch hunt. They're not happy with Donald Trump. They haven't been happy with him for the last 8 to 10 years since he decided to get involved. And like you said before, Steve, and it took me a while to realize it. You said this a couple of months ago. You said they had all this evidence. The Democrats had all this evidence back when Joe Biden was president, and Joe Biden didn't do a damn thing about it. You know, as much as, like you said, as much as Joe Biden and the Democrats hated Donald Trump, you could better believe they would have brought this information to the head when Biden was in the White House, because they had plenty of they had 4 years to get the job done, and they didn't do it. So that tells you everything you need to know about the Donald Trump and the Epstein. There is no situation, because Joe Biden damn sure would have brought it to light. And I thank you for taking my call.
All righty. Eagle, thank you much. Spot on. 21 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator, because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we'll give you the latest what we do have in regards to Epstein. Good golly. Yes, it's the president. He signed it yesterday. Pam Bondi says, what can be released will all be released within 30 days. So the anticipation. Meanwhile, did you catch Jasmine Crockett making a total ass of herself yesterday? You big dummy. Virtually everyone had to call her out on that. Trying to talk about who was it that was taking donations. You said it was from Jeffrey Epstein. The donation was a guy by the name of Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, a doctor from New York, I believe it was. After the infamous Epstein, the bad guy, he was already dead, long gone. It's like, oops. Maybe I should have done my research. What a genius. It was Lee Zeldin, that was it. She said, we're going to expose it all. She was warning, accusing Lee Zeldin of taking donations from a Jeffrey Epstein. You dumbass. Anyway, we'll give you more on that. Hey, it's been a while since we've heard from Russell, giving us an update. What's been happening, Russell?
Hey, Steve, how you all doing? Well, it's been a ride. My wife, she finally got out of the nursing home. She got out October 14th and, came home finally after almost a year in a nursing home and, in the hospital. Of course, I don't know if I told you she was on a ventilator back in December, and she almost didn't make it then. She almost, died. And it was weird. They had her comatose, and she said that she could hear nurses talking, and she could hear nurses talking about a lady that, they said that this lady wasn't going to make it. She was in pretty bad shape, and she's thinking to herself, well, I got to keep that lady in my prayers, and kind of find out it was her it was talking about.
Wow.
She realized that, she wasn't going to make it, but she did pull through and everything. And now we're back in the hospital again now here in Dayton, where she's got a UTI now. But she's a lot better, but she's fighting this UTI now. But she's had a long way to go, and she's pulled through and everything. I talked to Big Ed last night personally. Called him, and we talked for a bit. And I've been out of a job since since March, and I kind of having a rough way to go with bills and stuff. Me and my son, we do DoorDash and all that, and it's just been one thing after another. I was wondering, what I was wanting to know is if I could leave my information for Venmo and Cash App here on the air. If not, do I understand? If I can't do that, that'd be all right. I've got a car payment coming in, and they're going to repossess my car probably Friday if I don't have a payment to pay them. And I've been going through, and it's been one hill after another. It seemed like going on with our family. It's been one of the worst years I've ever had in a long time. But I was wanting to know if I could leave my information to my, help me out.
Is there a way you could maybe email it to me or something? Steve@hotshotsecret.com.
Let me let's see. Hang on a second. Okay. Let me write that down, Steve.
All right, yeah. Steve@hotshotsecret.com. Hang on, we got to pause there. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed a bill requiring the Justice Department to release all unclassified Jeffrey Epstein files within 30 days. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the DOJ will comply, including reviewing new information on Epstein's ties to public figures. Survivors have called for transparency, and former Harvard President Larry Summers is stepping aside as the university investigates his connections to Epstein. Murdered journalist Jamal Khashoggi came up during a press event with Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince and President Trump at the White House.
The CIA concluded Prince Mohammed bin Salman approved of the murder of Khashoggi at the Saudi consulate in Istanbul in 2018 because Khashoggi had written several articles critical of the prince. Trump insisted the prince had nothing to do with the murder and told the prince he didn't have to answer the question. The prince did speak, questioning the credibility of the CIA report. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks, new equipment, keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. Momentarily, we'll get the latest, the state of the freight market. When do we hit the bottom? When's freight going to pick up again? Will 2026 be a better year? That was all discussed. Yeah. It was a FreightWaves panel entitled Transportation 2025-2026. A look back, a look ahead. What they have to say. All right, first I want to get back and finish up with Russell here. All right, sorry, Russell, I had to take care of the news break there, but all right. So did you get the email?
That close.
Yeah, yeah. The email, Steve@hotshotsecret.com. That's my email, and I'll see what I can.
Is that lowercase?
Yeah, lowercase or
is that lowercase letters?
It doesn't matter, but yes, that works fine. Yes,
Steve. Okay, say it again, Steve, at
hotshotsecret.com.
Hotshot, Steve at
hotshot.com.
.com.
There you go.
Okay. All righty. I can email that information over there to you for Venmo and my Cash App. Yeah, but yeah, it's been a time. I've been, I was telling Ed last night or yesterday that I want to get my wife on on disability. I didn't do it while she's in a nursing home because they take the money away. She's, legally blind, and I'm going to try to get on disability. I didn't try because I thought, I was putting in some applications. I thought I could probably get on somewhere, but I've had interviews, and then of course they give you thanks to the email. Well, we're going to move on forward, not hire you or anything, and it just wasn't. But I've been like I said, me and my son's been door dashing, and I've had some people help me. If it hadn't been for them, I'd be in a world of hurt. But I can send that stuff on your email, and if I'm having trouble, I'll message you on your messenger or something. See what happens there. See or call back tomorrow night.
Okay.
But I gotta get something done before at least Friday, and try to get my car. If they get my car, I'm gonna be in a world of hurt. I can't take her to the appointments and whatever.
Hard to get around without a vehicle.
But,
well, sorry you're going through it. Sorry you're going through a tough time there, Russell. I know it's difficult. I'll see what I can get done. Legally, what you can and can't post and whatnot. So see what we can do for you. Thinking about your prayers for the wife. She's had a heck of a year. All right. Take care there, Russell. 844-844-3388. All right. It was Transportation 2025-2026. So look back, a look ahead, which even had FreightWaves CEO Craig Fuller as a member. He and his colleague Zach Strickland comprised the featured analyst at the State of Freight webinars. But at this conference, Fuller was joined by Lee Klasko of Bloomberg Intelligence and Angela Acosella of MIT Center for Transportation and Logistics, taking a look at the market outlook that found the panelists kind of uncertain. How do you describe this? Is it the glass half full or the glass half empty scenario? There were several key takeaways, though. Markets reacting to the whipsaw of tariff policy. He said a word to describe what's happened to the market so far this year has been chaos. Going into the year, we were pretty excited after the election. The Trump administration would get us lower taxes, lower regulation. Business behind it was going to be great. Markets expected there would be tariffs on China. Then all of a sudden, it was everywhere. A lot of uncertainty in the supply chain, so we're still dealing with that. Chaos is one thing I was not expecting. Acosella discussed the impact of that chaos. Announcements of potential tariffs were greeted at the time with uncertainty. Did it go through? She said of the reaction, was it backtracked? How much is it going to be? So that caused a lot of uncertainty. The result would be shippers ordering larger than usual quantities of a particular good, then decreasing it because now we have all this inventory, but not the demand. Why the demand? With so much focus on capacity and the possible impact on it from a crackdown on various categories of drivers, the question of volume can get kind of lost in the shuffle. Fuller, who's made public predictions about the end of the freight recession a year ago, only to see that forecast kind of fizzle. And he said the key reason for that was a collapse in demand. Enough capacity had been removed from the market that a forecast of the end of the freight recession was justified. What we did anticipate was that volume had to stay up. But based on the outbound tender volume index, which measures volume on a national basis, what we've seen is probably the largest drop in volume, probably since we've been tracking data since 2016. Other indices like the Cass Index also showing the same. Yeah, the issue primarily is what Fuller said was a pretty significant industrial recession. The question now is, how long are we going to be in this pretty abysmal freight market that is not capacity driven? Acasella noted that previous freight recessions ended through one-off occurrences, such as the introduction of the ELDs in 2017. That tightened capacity, or the freight boom that was set off by COVID. But for the current freight recession, we haven't seen something big enough to really rock the market to increase activity. Now, taking drivers off the road through enforcement of various regulations, that's an issue and a goal unto itself. But Fuller said it is part of a bigger picture that pushes back against immigrants and immigration on several forums, with trucking having a key role in that discussion. Trucking is kind of the epicenter, the ground zero for the immigration story right now. This administration believes immigrants are a challenge and a problem. Trucking affords the administration a safe place to have this conversation with the American people. The core of that conversation is the question of safety and these immigrant drivers. An average American watching a news segment on an immigrant father being dragged out of their home with young children just feels an enormous empathy with those people. But if the issue is whether foreign-born drivers are piloted an 18-wheeler through lax enforcement of various licensing and other laws, that kind of changes the conversation. So whenever there's a truck accident, you're going to have a situation the administration is going to focus on. Statistically, there's about 10 accidents per week involving an immigrant driver, according to Fuller. There was a lot of discussion about the crackdown on foreign-born drivers, obviously, whether it's the English language requirement or pressuring states to withdraw the non-domiciled CDLs. To get into the numbers, Fuller turned to a recent report by a well-known freight economist, Noel Perry, that was commissioned by J.B. Hunt. The paper written by Perry starts with an estimate that 25% of workers in trucking are immigrants. Reasoning that the difficulties of trucking, the work attracts immigrants, kind of like those in construction or agriculture. He then estimated about 8% of workers in trucking are illegals, undocumented. If the administration's effort to remove these drivers from the roads is successful, it would reduce driver population by almost 16%, he said. 614,000 drivers. The threats to that population of drivers, according to Perry, are the withdrawal of a CDL due to the lack of English proficiency, removal of drivers for lack of documentation or legal immigration status, and ending CDLs granted to non-domiciled drivers. Fuller noted a possible impact to removing that many drivers would be maybe an end to the parking crisis. If we actually eliminated 600,000, how much of the parking problem goes away? It's going to be interesting to see whether that is a persistent problem to the degree that it has been. Lastly, Klaslow, who has experience as a sell-side analyst in the freight sector, said the past summer he was probably as pessimistic as he's ever been, but he says, I'm getting incrementally more positive. The looming contraction in capacity, drivers being taken off the road, is probably one of the key reasons for that. That made him more confident that about trucking, but his views on the economy are still kind of bearish. Many retailers have been eating at least a portion of these tariffs, but that short-term phenomenon may be coming to an end. We could see more pressure, inflationary pressure on prices. It's going to be interesting to see how the consumers react to that. But his pessimism was not so overwhelming that it stopped him from predicting, quote, I think the second half of next year won't be as bad. State of the freight, the industry. Like everything else, there are cycles up and down, but we do know the reduction in capacity has been a necessary thing with the vast number of individuals, many coming from other occupations, jobs that were shed, jobs lost during the pandemic. Everybody jumped into a truck. And for a while there, it was gangbusters, rates sky high. That, as we know, that has all ended. But thinning the market, thinning the truck driver pool has been a very long, drawn-out process. We'll pick up there with more after this. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Meanwhile, in the state of Oklahoma, we've talked for several weeks that there's one state that has really been doing their job trying to get the illegal CDL holders off the roads in that state. Just had all the latest update earlier this week. The third enforcement effort known as Operation Guardian, which is now, I guess, cumulatively added up to close to 200 illegals holding CDLs being removed from the highway. Of course, a number of them, well, several of them at least, holding CDLs with actually the no name given. Several of those out of New York, a couple out of California. But at the same time, in the state of Oklahoma, the Highway Patrol is kind of trying to raise public awareness about what has been a rash of crashes on the Turner Turnpike this month so far, many of which have involved semi-trucks. According to the press release this past day, troopers, they say, have responded to 22 crashes on the Turner Turnpike since just November 1. Averaging more than one crash per day, 1.2 crashes daily. 5 of those 22 resulted in injuries. 2 were hit-and-run collisions. Highway Patrol said semi-trucks involved in 55% of these Turner Turnpike crashes. And the semi was the cause in 50% of those, well above the typical average when it comes to the truck-involved crash. Troopers attributed 61% of the Turner Turnpike crashes to driver inattention. Things like either falling asleep, drifting off the roadway, overcorrecting. Other contributing factors included unsafe speed, unsafe or improper lane changes, following too closely, or maybe an overheight semi striking a bridge. They did note that only 10% of the Turner Turnpike is under construction, yet half of these recent collisions have occurred in those zones. Please, drivers, stay alert. Put your phone down. These crashes are completely preventable. That one glance at your phone could cause injury or death, endangering the hardworking crews that are out there working to improve the roadways. But a lot of crashes in a short period of time, but way too many involving semi-trucks, according to the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. Well, let's head on down to San Antone and say good morning to Bert. How the heck are you, Bert?
I'm doing well. How are you, Steve?
One day closer to the weekend.
I would like to say to Russell that's having some problems, because I've been listening in for an hour or so, do that, one of the advertisers that, I can't remember it exactly now, the name of it, the Christian group, that Metashare, something like that.
Yeah.
Am I hitting the nail on the head on that?
That's the name of that. Yeah, that's kind of like that's an insurance program thing, if I'm not mistaken. Metashare.
Well, they might give him some other resources he could work with to, and like the road rage, I was thinking of, it's like, tell him again, I said that the last time I called you, you can bring your loads down here to Texas. I'm still in flip-flops, T-shirts, and shorts.
Yeah. Go ahead. Rub it in, Bert. Rub it in.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to. I was trying to just bring it down here, But I think a lot of people do not realize how much the transportation industry supplies to us with all the foods and the drinks and everything that we need. And like you said, I've had what they call it. I've known about white line fever and the black dog.
Mm-hmm.
And if any old drivers are out there, they know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I just like to say, I do like the realness of this program that you have on, because you do hit the nail on the head on a lot of things going on in the trucking industry. A lot of people don't realize also it includes the rail and also air transport. And I know you're mostly on trucking, and I appreciate that very greatly, because I believe the truckers, what I call the lifeline of the industry. So I'm hitting on that pretty correct?
That is correct. The lifeline of the economy, the lifeline of the country. Without trucks, everything comes to a halt, Bert.
That is a fact. I mean, even when you got to do a railhead thing, which I have done when I was in the Army, I learned about it. It's like you still got to have a truck and a trucker to bring the cargo to the railheads.
And from the railhead to the final destination, yeah. Ain't many I don't know if many railroad tracks go to the back of a Walmart or a Target, do they?
I don't think so.
Right.
But I wanted to ask you about that. What's happening in California? Because I heard Grump talk the other night, and he was talking about like why he won't even take a load to California anymore, or to pick one up.
Yeah,
because they got so many laws and restrictions.
He was specifically referencing the emission requirements. You got the California Air Resources Board, where their regulations are stricter than even the federal regulations. In his particular truck, the engine that's in his truck, they wouldn't certify him to come into the state of California. And I guess he was saying, sure ain't going to buy a different truck or a new truck or change engines to meet their emission requirements. But that was I guess, the overall gist of that. All right, rolling toward news break here, moments ahead when we come back. Take a little bit more at a deeper look at our Thanksgiving travel, just a few days away, and more on the trucking side. When we look at, we just last evening cited some of these advocacy groups for safer highways are still trying to push mandating speed limiters on large trucks. It's been a bad idea for split speeds, differentials of speeds out there. I've got a list of states that are looking at introducing higher speeds on numerous highways, many proposing 75 miles per hour. So we'll look at that. First, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. It's tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
To release the Epstein files, but the real fight will happen after that. While I want to see every single name released so that these women don't have to live in fear and intimidation.
President Trump announced this evening that he signed the bipartisan Epstein files bill requiring the Justice Department to release thousands of documents on Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and other related figures within 30 days. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed the DOJ will comply with sensitive information possibly redacted. The legislation passed the House 421-1, and the Senate was unanimous. Newly released Epstein files show that Epstein tried to court Bill Gates through a donor-advised fund pitch in 2017. Texts indicate Gates was interested, but his then-wife Melinda objected. Records also show that Epstein sought help from former Obama advisor Kathy Rumler. The U.S. is offering a $15 million reward for Canadian Olympian turned fugitive Ryan Wedding. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced new charges, calling Wedding a drug lord responsible for trafficking 60 metric tons of cocaine.
From day one, Ryan Wedding has been on the top of Director Patel's radar to get him. We have talked about him constantly.
He now faces murder, drug trafficking, and other charges. President Trump reportedly proposed a Ukraine-Russia peace deal, giving Russia control over parts of eastern Ukraine, including Donbass and Crimea, while offering Ukraine, U.S., and European security guarantees. Kiev opposes ceding territory. European leaders stress any deal must include strong protection for Ukraine. Wall Street closed with stocks in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 47 points, the S&P 500 gained 25 points, and the Nasdaq recouped 131 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Texas Democrats are cheering Tuesday's redistricting ruling.
It prevents, for now, newly drawn congressional maps to be used in next year's midterm election.
One of the district judges in El Paso actually is a Trump appointee.
That's Congressman Lloyd Doggett, but the victory may be short-lived. Texas Governor Greg Abbott vowed to appeal Tuesday's ruling to the U.S. Supreme Court. He says it's erroneous and undermines the authority the U.S. Constitution assigns to the Texas legislature. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Schools in northern Oakland County, Michigan briefly went into shelter in place today as federal agents pursued two reported gang members near Clarkston. Officials say there was never a direct threat to the students. No agents ever entered the school property. The suspects were never located. Deputies remained on patrol until the kids got home safely. Texas Representative Beth Van Dyne says Democrats had 4 years under the Biden administration to release the Epstein files, but didn't, arguing they wanted to weaponize the issue against Trump instead of protecting victims. She appeared on Newsmax.
I think what you saw from the Democrats, though, is while they had 4 years under the Biden administration to release these files, they didn't. And then on top of it, as more information is coming out, you can see why.
Van Dyne supports transparency, but says the earlier bill was rushed and didn't safeguard survivors' identities. Van Dyne adds that Trump is willing to meet with the victims once the records are released. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Although the 2025 season has come to a close, the look back at the season is just getting into full swing. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. One of the most normal-looking machines on the Grand National Tour are the Case IH Grand National four-wheel drive trucks. But they are anything but normal. The trucks sort of look like a truck you can get at your local dealership, but underneath, they're called mountain motors because they're anything but stock. Imagine driving a truck with no working brakes, but more horsepower than you've ever driven, combined. That makes the four-wheel drive so much more skill than it may seem, which makes the title for Tommy Corson American Made even more impressive. Tommy finished the 2025 season with exactly 300 points. Kind of ironic since a full pole is 300 feet. No? Well, it is to me. Just like the other classes on the Grand National Tour, the first hook of the season, although not a points hook, was in Farley at 300 Raceway, where his season started with a 10th and a 12th before starting the Grand National Tour. Unfortunately, the first points hook of the season was rained out in Toma, but the next 12 hooks of the season went without any issues. Tommy took 8th at the second hook in Toma before the hauler headed to Chapel Hill, where he finished just outside the top 10 and 12th. Then, with 2 nights in Brandenburg, Kentucky, the future champ did not do what he had hoped, finishing 18th and 13th. But that seemed to be the point in the season where American Made got on the right track. The final 8 hooks of the season were all in the top 10 for Tommy and American Made. In Rockwell, the first hook was a 2nd, and the next hook was a 4th. And that's when the points began to add up. After Rockwell, it was on to Napoleon, and a 6th place finish which had Tommy in 7th in the points, with only 5 pulls left on the 2025 schedule. Headed into Pole Town, Tommy knew he needed top 5 finishes to be in the points race. With a 3rd on night 1 in Bowling Green, that moved American Made into 3rd in the points. And after winning on the 2nd night in Bowling Green, that moved Tommy into 2nd. There were 3 hooks left in the season when the haulers went to Wauseon, Ohio, and Tommy got a 6th place finish, which moved him into 1st in the points with only 2 hooks remaining. Geneva, Indiana was next, and a strong 2nd kept him in 1st, headed to the Enderley Pull-Off, where a 1st place locked up the points title. Rounding out the top 10 were Paul Holman in 4-play, only 5.5 points behind. In 3rd was rule number 19 with Jake Zaring. In 4th was Rob Foster in Simply Red. Holding 5th was Taylor Corsa in Taylor Made. In 6th was a trio of Davis's piloting Seldom Seen. Claiming 7th was Justin Grace in Just in Time. 8th was Mark Mangan in The Outlaw. 9th belonged to Greg Hitchcock in One More Time. And rounding out the top 10 was Larry Peterson with his Profab Geared Up. You can keep up to date with everything NTPA a click away at ntpapole.com. And if you're looking for the perfect holiday gift this season for the pole fan, Shop NTPA has hoodies, shirts, and so much more. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All right, back at it, another hour underway as we head toward the weekend. And, of course, then roll into a big travel week as millions will be headed out for Thanksgiving. We broke down the storm system that's going to be sweeping across the country with a lot of rain, thunderstorms, possibly severe, early in the week. By the time we get to Thanksgiving Eve, Wednesday into Thursday, right on the tail end of that storm, we're going to be watching colder air, bringing in blustery conditions, some lake effect snow off the Great Lakes. From Wednesday to Thanksgiving Day, there's the potential for rain and maybe snow showers along that cold front that pivots from the Ohio Valley to the Appalachians in that same time frame, Wednesday to Thanksgiving Day. Now, dry air may chase away showers to start the day for the parade goers in New York City Thanksgiving morning. This far out, there are still question marks. If that cold front arrives several hours later, it could bring along with it wet conditions for a substantial part of the day along much of the Atlantic seaboard. Right now, they say they think the winds behind that front should hold off in New York City until the afternoon or evening. Should be relatively light for the big balloons during the Thanksgiving morning parade time. There's strict criteria as to when the balloons are allowed to actually grace the parade route. There's a way that it could snow along parts of the Mid-Atlantic and New England coast Thanksgiving night. A storm that forms along the front just off the Atlantic coast could capture that fresh, cold air at the last minute. Meanwhile, for those spending time at the theme parks in Florida, the beaches, you may encounter a few showers or rumbles of thunder later Wednesday to Thursday, depending on the speed of the cold front. But warmth with highs in the 80s should last at least into the first half of Thanksgiving week there. All right, quick look out west. Much of California, the southwestern USA, should be dry pretty much all week, Monday through Thanksgiving Day. Could see some clouds or spotty showers along the coastal areas of Washington and Oregon, which is pretty typical there. Most days next week. Later on Thanksgiving Day, depending on the timing of a Pacific storm, showers may become a bit more widespread in the northwest and into parts of northern California. What may be more of a factor for travelers in Southern California from the weekend through next week is going to be the periodic offshore winds, including Santa Anas, that can make for tricky vehicle handling and maybe trigger sporadic power outages. Yeah, that's not good when you got the Thanksgiving turkey in the oven. We lost power. Wildfire risk is a whole lot lower because we've seen plenty of rainfall with some of the recent storms. All right. They'll be tracking things, of course, between now and then, and we'll have you up to date for all those Thanksgiving travelers. And oddly enough, your destination, well, I should say Orlando, Philip, you are the number one destination for Thanksgiving travelers. How about that?
Absolutely. When I went to work for Disney years ago, I never thought that people went to a theme park for Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Right.
But the amount of people that come there, those are one of the two busiest times that we have during the year when we're working at the park. I never thought about it, when you think of Thanksgiving, you think of having dinner at home with your family.
Family, relatives.
You don't think about You don't think about going. You don't think about going to Walt Disney World and riding rides and doing that stuff, or staying in the resorts or whatnot. But it just every year it just gets busier and busier. When I first went to work for Disney, there was 2 weeks out of the year that you could get there that was actually not really crowded, and that was the week after Halloween and the week before spring break. Those were the 2 weeks out of the year that you could go there and it would be comfortable. You wouldn't have a lot of folks with you. But now it's just with the amount of itinerary they have down there and things going on, it's just there is absolutely the year is busy from January all the way to December back around. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, just the amount of folks that come in there.
Mm-hmm.
Especially this time of year. I mean, Christmas is one of our this is a big thing for Disney right now. This is where it's not a make it or break it thing, but it's one of the things that we generate a lot of revenue with the holidays. So, but Steve, I've been researching a couple of people the last couple of days, and Pam Bondi and Warren Buffett have been two busy folks here lately. Pam Bondi, I don't know if you listen to your news or not, but her name was in that news broadcast a lot just a little while ago. And, man, she has got a lot of stuff going on. You notice that, Steve? A lot. She has a lot of stuff going on now other than the Epstein stuff. I don't know if you've seen that article or not that I sent you about the Florida congressman that was indicted for, using
I have that here.
FEMA money.
$5 million. That's a pretty big story.
Yeah, and, and one of the big stories down here right now, it's really huge in Florida, is, and I know you like to ride on that cruise ship a lot, we had a deaf teenager that passed away on a Carnival cruise ship, and the FBI is investigating it, and come to find out one of her siblings possibly might be the person that killed her.
Okay.
And
that was a very odd scenario because, it's been over a week since that death. 18 years old, I think, but they said she was stuffed under a bed and a bunch of life jackets shoved under there. So undoubtedly somebody took her life. But I hadn't heard if there were any suspects at this point.
Well, right now there's evidence that possibly one of her siblings.
Wow.
She had a two-step siblings that went with her, and one of them possibly is a person of interest. That information has got out, and it came out yesterday, and it's got to be a real crazy time for that family right now because they are supposed to. I think today they're going to have her funeral today, and situation. But what a lot of folks don't realize with the cruise ships is when something like that happens, the FBI is involved, and the FBI is involved on this. This is not state. This is federal. When you go out on a cruise ship or an airplane or anything like that, it's federal. And Miss Bondi she's busy with all kinds of these cases right now. She is one busy person. Now, I mentioned Warren Buffett earlier. Have you ever heard of Berkshire Hathaway?
Certainly.
Okay, so Berkshire Hathaway, that's Warren Buffett's company. They own all kinds of stuff, but they also invest in a lot of stuff. So I talked a little bit yesterday about AI and all that kind of things. Well, Warren Buffett and his team made a decision to dump Apple and go with the Alphabet company. And Alphabet's familiar, Google and a lot of other companies are familiar with that one. And he dumped a ton of Apple to go to this other side. And I was looking at the figures yesterday. Berkshire Hathaway has two different kinds of stocks. They have an A and a B. The A stock is the way above anybody's level in the common world to buy stock. It's like $750,000 a share. And then they have the B stock, which is $500 a share. And I'm thinking to myself, just the sheer amount of money that this company generates, it's unfathomable. It's absolutely unfathomable, the amount of money that this company generates. He could sell off all his Apple to buy into this Alphabet company. It's just crazy, just thinking about the money levels.
Mm-hmm.
Can you picture that, Steve, having one piece of paper that's $750,000 in your hand? I mean, and he's got all of it. It's unfathomable the amount of moves this guy makes to generate that kind of money. And just like Miss Bondi, he's so wrapped up in his business, he's working every day. And it's just it blows your mind. It really does. It makes me wonder, wow, dude, how these people get into that kind of power? When Pam Bondi was down here in Florida, she was our state attorney general at one time. She was on it. And now I know why she's where she's at. That's kudos to her. She's putting the work in. I know these two people have a lot of folks that work for them and that help them in what they do. But to be at that level and to have that much work going on, it's just, it's unthinkable. It's like, man, how do you do that? You know what I mean? But it's going to, there's a lot of things that are going to be coming down the pike with this Epstein stuff. And like I said yesterday, I think President Trump maybe made that decision. Let's put it on the table. Let's see what comes out of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The key thing with the Epstein files that we have to look at is anything that's involved with an investigation that is ongoing cannot be put out to the public. That's the one thing that we have to be watching in this case. So all the other stuff that doesn't have to generate, that's not in an investigation, that can come out. But anything that's involved in an ongoing investigation, like I said, ongoing investigation, then we're not going to see stuff. It's going to be redacted. And she got her and Kash Patel, man, they're some busy folks. I mean, they are real busy right now. So, but buddy, that's all I pretty much got for today. I want to keep it short, and I hope y'all have a great day, and thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you for checking in there, Philip. Always good to hear from you. Safe travels on in. Another work day. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so I mentioned earlier that there are still those pushing to mandate speed limiters on trucks. It's been on again, off again for years now. As we know, with this current administration, it is definitely on the back burner. But all the more reason to not mandate speed limiters. We spend how many years, state by state by state, study after study, showing and determining that split speeds, speed differentials, cars allowed to go one speed, trucks at a lower speed, causes more harm than good, causes more interaction between vehicles, more accidents subsequently. So over the years, in most cases, most of those speed differentials have gone away. I don't know, I guess you still have California, 55. For those folks, I think it's all about revenue more than anything else. And for many states, that was the case. Yeah, but as we now look at more and more states looking to increase the speeds on highways. Yeah, since 1995, when the national speed limit was repealed, the states have pretty much taken on the responsibility to set their own limits. As I was just saying, some states initially set lower speeds for trucks than passenger vehicles, but over the past 20 years, that has all trended toward either reducing or totally eliminating those speed differentials. Montana and North Dakota have already approved speed changes this year, but there are bills likely to keep coming up all over the country. Some of the recent state efforts to change speeds that may be revisited in the months ahead. There is a New Mexico lawmaker that wants different speed limits for cars and trucks. New Mexico's busiest highways have a 75 limit for all vehicles. Trucks have to stay in the right lane on multi-lane highways outside cities. But Representative Munoz of Gallup has introduced a bill to reduce the truck speeds to 65. Now, if you ever drive I-40, you will enjoy the semi-truck traffic that tries to pass one another going up a hill at 55. Traffic lines up for 10 miles. It's a real safety factor. So his solution is to set a differential speed limit. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, those trucks that are having difficulty passing, they have the speed limiters on them. Yeah, meanwhile, Indiana legislation in the Hoosier to eliminate differential speeds is not uncommon. Indiana permits cars to go 70 on the fastest roads. Trucks over 26,000 pounds are at 65. Representative Aylesworth has repeatedly pushed to set the same speed for both. His pursuit would apply to interstates and major defense highways outside cities with populations of 50,000 or more. That would also include the Indiana Toll Road. Of course, the claim is traffic flows better when everyone moves at near the same speed. Florida, quickly. One Florida bill that could return would raise speed limits by 5 miles per hour for all vehicles. State law authorizes travel up to 70 on limited access highways, divided highways with at least 4 lanes outside urban areas can be posted at 65. Other roads that the DOT deems safe and advisable can be posted at 60. This bill proposes raising the 70-mile-per-hour limit to 75 on limited access highways like I-95 and the Florida Turnpike. There's several other states in the mix as well. But first, we have to pause there. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump announced this evening that he signed the bipartisan Epstein Files bill requiring the Justice Department to release thousands of documents on Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and other related figures within 30 days. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed the DOJ will comply with sensitive information possibly redacted. The legislation passed the House 421-1, and the Senate was unanimous. Newly released Epstein files show that Epstein tried to court Bill Gates through a donor-advised fund pitch in 2017. Texts indicate Gates was interested, but his then-wife Melinda objected. Records also show that Epstein sought help from former Obama advisor Kathleen Rumler. Wall Street closed with stocks in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 47 points, the S&P 500 gained 25 points, and the Nasdaq recouped 131 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare.
Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Picking up where we left off there, a couple of other states looking at speed changes. Mississippi's on the list here. They may revisit a bill on speed limits. House lawmakers voted this year to pass a bill, though, to allow the Mississippi Transportation Commission to permit truckers and other drivers to go 75 on rural interstates and 4-lane highways, up from 70. If the state adds toll roads, speeds could go up to 80 miles per hour on those roads. for all vehicles. See some of these numbers again. And there's already stretches of highway out there, 80-mile-per-hour limits in some states. You govern trucks at 62. You talk about nearly a 20-mile-per-hour speed differential. You're looking for chaos. New Jersey looking at some changes. New York, there are a couple of active bills in New York that would raise speed limits for cars and trucks. Right now at 65 miles per hour on interstates and other limited access roads. Several bills that would increase the speed to 70 for cars and trucks. The state DOT and the New York Thruway Authority could make the change there. North Carolina, still active, that would let the DOT raise speed limits to 75 on certain roads that are currently at 70 miles per hour. The DOT can set a reasonable and safe speed limit based on engineering and traffic levels. We'll give you one more here. Oklahoma, let's see, a bill could return addressing speed limits on their fastest roads. Rural interstates have a 75-mile-per-hour speed limit. Turnpikes set at 80 miles per hour. These limits apply to all vehicles. Representative Ross Ford of Broken Arrow wants to implement 65 limits on those highways. So he wants to take it from 75 back downward to 65. But we know the general flow out there. If the speed limit's 70, the general flow these days seems to be 80. I don't care what the speed limit is set at, but people just go what they want to go. All right, let's get back to the calls. Carl joins us this Thursday. Morning, Carl.
Good. Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. The electronic chip shortage with Honda is still on. I had 3 days last week, 3 days this week, and, of course, next week they're going to run 3 days. And they've told us that the 1st of December, we're supposed to get back up to full speed. So hopefully that'll work out just fine, and we'll be back to work the way we normally were before. Getting to the senators here who made the video, all right, about the United States military, and they're calling on the military to disobey the orders
yes, I saw
of the
that.
president. All right, it's a very serious video that they've made with music in the background, patriotic sort of music in the background, and it is alarming, to say the least, because I've never seen anything like that before in a domestic, in the domestic enemy type of way, because that's what I'm calling it, and there are several others who think the same way. Martha Stewart on the, or what was her name? Martha on the Fox News interviewed one of them. He supposedly was a former Ranger, and he said that the president is giving out several, but he did not say specifically which order was unlawful, okay? And they cannot define which order that the president has given that was unlawful, okay? They're just wanting to be general about it and say, oh, yeah, he said several things is just, just not what they're supposed to be, and that you don't have to follow after that. Well, I've got to say that when you're in basic training, if the TI, if the training instructor tells you to do something, you best do it. You better crow like a chicken if he says crow like a chicken. Okay? If he says to dig a hole, you better dig the hole. All right? There's a lot of things that they tell you to do that you may not want to do. All right? But you better do it. Okay? And if you don't do it, then you're asking for trouble. All right? I mean, you just go ahead and do it, okay? But you don't. You just go ahead and do it, and then let whatever comes after that may. All right, because there's one of them that said that we shouldn't be firing upon these boats in the Caribbean, okay? And that's what they're talking about, I think. You can only assume without a congressional hearing on the subject. But I would ask them all to come before Congress and say, yeah, what are you talking about here? Okay, let's get down to business, what you're talking about. Because there is a U.S. code that says you're not supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to be asking our military to not follow the legal orders of the President of the United States. And these boats in the Caribbean are definitely carrying drugs, all right? And they have been doing this. This is their normal activity that they do, all right? And so they are supposed to be designated as terrorists, and they are right now. You see, I mean, Biden didn't do anything like that. He didn't have anything going on that because he didn't care. He didn't have any idea about what he was doing there except for nothing. He just didn't want to do anything, basically, except for giving loans to people who needed to pay off their college loans, okay? I mean, he wanted to do that and defy the Supreme Court orders on that one, okay, as well. And so, they're not allowed to do this, okay? And they should be brought before Congress as soon as possible. And yes, of course, they will be, their fellow Democrats will, applaud them and all this. But the Republican congressional members, I would say, would be grilling them and asking them the appropriate questions as to what they mean by all of that. And that's very important because we don't need people getting things in the backs of our minds in our military, young men and women, to tell them that, the president may tell you something that you're not supposed to do. Well, I'm sorry, but, the president isn't going to be doing that, all right? Mark Milley was the beginning of all of that on the subversion and the actual treasonous activity that he had planned with China on the issue, okay, as far as that goes. And these people don't need to be doing that, and they should be called in front of Congress immediately. Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Yeah, they call that a military coup, I do believe, and that's the words being used by some. And I think there's more to come on that. That was just kind of a breaking story in the last couple of days. But all right, Epstein. So Pam Bondi says they will accommodate the order within 30 days. The Epstein Files Transparency Act has officially been signed. We will follow the law, says Bondi, speaking to reporters at a news conference regarding an indictment against the former Canadian Olympian Ryan Wedding in an international drug ring case. Let's see. the law passed both chambers. It has now been signed. Information that has come forward. She said there is new information. Again, we'll continue to follow the law. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward. We'll continue to provide maximum transparency under law. When pressed to describe new information, she would not elaborate. She directed reporters to a post by the Deputy Assistant Attorney General Todd Blanche. She said, "We will not comment further because this is now pending investigation in the Southern District of New York." Didn't specify which post by Blanche she was referencing. However, there was a post on the 13th where Blanche wrote, "When I interviewed Maxwell in July, law enforcement didn't have the materials Epstein's estate hid for years and only just provided to Congress." Maybe that's obviously a few days ago. That's new information. What was buried? Meanwhile, Senator Josh Hawley this past day, I think he was on Jesse Waters this past evening, and he says, he said the Democrats are going to regret having pushed this. President Trump might have to go to Kash and just tell him, get it all out. I mean, maybe Kash is sensitive because President Trump was a victim of a crime here, but he doesn't want to just put it all out there like willy-nilly. But if that's what it takes, the president's got to go to the Bureau and say, so this Epstein thing, Hakeem's people asked Epstein to come to dinner and meet him after he was convicted for fooling around with a 14-year-old. How about that? I mean, this is why the Democrats, they're going to regret ever playing around with this. They're going to regret embracing the transparency. I'm glad they did, but they thought, I think the files would never become public. They thought this was all a game. Well, guess what? They're going to get their wish. They're going to become public. The president's going to sign the bill, which he has now. He said months ago, make everything public. Everything you can that is not classified. So now Congress is finally going to do it. I think we're going to learn a lot, Jesse. A lot of people suddenly are going to be getting real reticent to talk about Epstein. Whether it's Hakeem Jeffries, whether it's Larry Summers. Summers actually resigned yesterday. The Harvard president. Didn't take long for that, did it? We're going to find a lot out about these folks. Because what else is in this bill that just passed tonight? It's got to be a searchable database so any American can go in and read the files for themselves. That's how it's got to be done. So, looking forward to seeing what's in there.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, we roll on. Brand new day. Got a Thursday, 20th day of November. Thanksgiving 1 week away. Oh, yeah, I have, as typically the case will be, we'll be here live for our Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning editions next week. Obviously, Thanksgiving morning and Friday morning. Yeah, Steve Summers will be celebrating Thanksgiving with family, like so many others won't be here. Back for the Monday morning. I guess would that be December 1? Wow, Monday morning. Meanwhile, see what's going on with Pappy this early Thursday.
These calendar days just keep on flying by.
Yep.
Man, oh man. Steve, I would venture to say, I'm just guessing, I don't know for sure, but I don't know if Mr. Steve Summers could do the show on Thanksgiving. All that football and turkey and skullbusters, I don't know, man. It could be an interesting show.
Yeah, right. Well, come the midnight hour, I guarantee that the head will be on the pillow, brother.
Oh, well, Steve, my thought is this whole Epstein guy, we've been talking about this till we're blue in the face. But, man, if he would have dumped this in his first term, probably be a different story. They'd have time to pull any shenanigans and whatnot. Steve, I say he should declassify everything. Talking about everything that's not, to declassify it. Obviously, if there's investigations still going on, and victims' names, redact all that stuff, or anything that would hamper an investigation, I get that. But I guarantee you there's a lot of stuff that's probably classified that could be unclassified that would shock the world, not just the United States. We'll see what comes of it, though, man. See how much gets thrown on the wall and actually sticks. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Been a little busy, man. I think I can't remember now, Steve, but it was either your township or the township right next to you had a shooting tonight.
Yeah, it was technically about 2 blocks away from the bunker, Pappy.
Yeah, I was busy at the time, and I heard it, and I'm hearing all the radio traffic, and I didn't catch exactly where it was at.
Yep.
2 blocks from you, huh?
Yeah, right around the corner. Yep.
Yeesh. Yeah, well, at the top of the hour, you're going to have to start... you might have to build like a little bullet blind out there or something, man. You start stepping out there at the top of the hour. There's been a few times I called you, hey, man, you might not want to go outside.
Right. Yeah. They got the dogs chasing somebody.
Yeah. It is what it is. All right, brother. No, I just wanted to chime in real quick. Everybody be safe. Hammer down. Watch your six, Steve. I appreciate you taking the call, brother.
All right, thanks for checking in, Pappy. There you go. I don't know, the reports, Princess told me about it a little bit earlier. So there's a shooting around the corner. Yeah, they're at UC Medical Center. That's the trauma unit. Not sure of their condition, but neighbors say they heard screaming and yelling before shots rang out. Some sort of domestic dispute. And, yep, that all too often ends in violence. All right, coming up, we'll get to Senor Heatwave. The Grump got some thoughts on the Epstein and trucking. Vic as well. Of course, 844-844-3388. We had talked last week, was it earlier this week? Whichever the case, the rail merger, the pros, the cons. Yeah, Grump at the time had mentioned, he said, I'm pretty sure they're going to thoroughly look into like antitrust sort of things. Dozens of state legislators warning regulators that this rail mega merger, Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern, threatens to raise the cost of products on everything from steel and autos to food and hinder the ability of U.S. companies to compete on the world market. While stating that they were committed to economic opportunity, free enterprise, and fair competition, this merger, they say, raises some serious questions about the long-term impact on competition, service reliability, and the cost of doing business here in America. Legislators addressing a letter to the Surface Transportation Board Chairman, Patrick Fuchs, and the Vice Chair. If approved, the combined UP-NS system would control nearly 45% of all U.S. rail tonnage and hold dominant market share in critical commodity sectors. These commodities directly affect the cost of consumer goods, housing, energy, food, core expenses for families and small businesses. Reduced competition in these areas will inevitably lead to higher prices and fewer choices. This merger could negatively affect America's ability to compete with China, has the potential to pose significant risk for the industrial and agricultural production that powers state economies and the broader American manufacturing base. That was signed by 54 Republican state senators and representatives. Interesting. All right, we'll be back following a news break. First, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump announced today on Truth Social that he had signed a bill requiring the Justice Department to release all Jeffrey Epstein-related files within 30 days. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the DOJ will comply, reviewing new information on Epstein's ties to public figures. Senate Democrats warned Trump to ensure full transparency. Republican leaders expect the files to be released promptly. Federal investigators finished their work at the site of the UPS plane crash in Louisville.
Louisville Emergency Services Director Jody Myman says evidence from the site still being collected.
While the NTSB has released the site, that doesn't mean that they've released the evidence. And every piece of that aircraft has to be found, collected, and packaged and taken away properly by the contractor that's on site doing that.
The NTSB released the scene to local authorities over the weekend. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Border Czar Tom Homan says sanctuary cities must enforce immigration laws or step aside. While highlighting ICE's recent arrests of thousands of criminal illegal aliens in Houston, Homan warns New York and San Francisco that they will take action against the worst of the worst. He appeared on Fox News.
We will increase the enforcement presence in New York City, again, because they're a sanctuary city, and we know we have an issue there with public safety.
Homan credits the Trump administration with creating the most secure U.S. border in history. U.S. District Judge James Boasberg will quickly move on a contempt inquiry into whether Trump administration officials defied his March emergency order blocking the deportation of over 250 Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador. The case could involve testimony from current and former Justice Department officials while examining whether the government knowingly ignored the court's order amid the Trump administration's use of the 1798 Aliens Enemies Act.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 47 points, the S&P 500 gained 25 points, and the NASDAQ recouped 131 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The White House wants the FBI to take a closer look at the investigation into the assassination attempt of President Trump in Pennsylvania.
Caroline Levitt says new questions about the background of 20-year-old shooter Thomas Crooks are definitely deserving of answers. Levitt was commenting on a New York Post report which claims the FBI during congressional hearings never shared a trove of digital footprints that had been left behind by Crooks. Crooks was killed by Secret Service agents after firing on Trump during a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania in July of 2024. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Vista, California City Council voted last night to adopt sanctuary city policies.
After a more than 5.5-hour meeting that drew a packed crowd, the proposal passed by a 3-2 margin. The new rules limit how much local police can cooperate with federal immigration enforcement, aligning Vista with California's statewide sanctuary law. Supporters say the move protects immigrant families, while opponents, like Vista's Mayor John Franklin, say it could compromise public safety. More than 100 people spoke at the meeting, mostly in favor of the rules, and city leaders plan to review how these policies will be implemented in the coming weeks. I'm John Fink.
The final pennies minted by the U.S. government are expected to bring in some big bucks at auction.
The coins will be sold December 11th by Stack's Bowers Galleries with 232 special 3-coin sets, symbolizing the 232 years of U.S. penny production. Each set will include 2 regular pennies from the mints in Philadelphia and Denver and 1 24-karat gold penny. Each set is expected to bring in around $45,000 to $50,000. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it. Promised we'd head over to Senor Heatwave as we get a new hour underway.
Oh. Good morning, senor. Well, would it be treason, or is that part of sedition to tell these troops not to follow a lawful order of the president? I'm not really sure I know the definition of either, but, if it's an immoral order, like go over there and wipe this village out, babies, children, women, men that are innocent, that is something that you can say, I refuse to do so because it is an immoral order. That was my understanding when I was in the service. And, if the TI, DI, or whoever, it was technical instructor in the Air Force, and I guess it's drill instructors everywhere else, if they told you to, sing like a rooster or dig a hole, that's not in an immoral order. I mean, that is a lawful command. That's a lawful order. So, you just can't say, oh, I don't feel like doing this. Shut the hell up. Man, I tell you what, these computers these days, I tell you, you try slowing down and you ain't going fast enough. It's like, well, just slow down. The hell with it. So, anyways, that's my question on that particular bunch. And was it a group of both Democrats and Republicans that had a video?
All I'm seeing was, I believe, 6 Democrats, if I understand correctly.
Well, it figures. I mean, they're not a law and order party anyways to deal with. Obviously, from the last administration, we saw what they thought about law and order. It's just a TV show, right? Yeah, okay. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Now, as far as New Mexico goes, well, we are last in education. We have a lot of educated idiots out in New Mexico, and I'm sure there's a bunch of them out there countrywide, nationwide, but I don't know why that this particular person from Gallup is recommending that they lower the speed limit for trucks. I mean, New Mexico is a pretty long state, long and wide. And most trucks are already governed at 65. I mean, we are governed at 68, 67, 68 with the company I work for. But, I mean, we do our best to get up these hills, especially when we have, heavy loads. And like you said, you get everyone governed at 65, speed limit set. Yeah, there's going to be some that are going to say, screw that, we're going to do 70, or we're going to continue 75 until we see somebody in the median letting us know that they're there. I don't know. It's easy to say we need to do this when you're sitting behind a four-wheeler that can go faster, but you're stuck behind a truck trying to make a pass, and you don't think nothing of it. The power to weight ratio is a big difference between a truck that's hauling up to 80,000 pounds to a car that weighs 1 ton, ton and a half. Yeah, big difference. So that just highlights New Mexico's uneducated or college-educated idiots, that we have a whole bunch of them out there. Did I understand that right, that if there's an ongoing investigation, the victims' names will not be mentioned?
That is
nor
correct.
The investigators?
Correct.
Well, if there's not an active investigation, how many people are going to get hurt? And how many officers are going to be unmasked as far as, being a special investigator in the cases that are closed, that are not being investigated? I mean, people are going to get hurt. And the people that need to be hurt are those that are actually guilty of going down to that island and doing what they did. If a name in passing is mentioned, like whether they're talking about Bill Gates, his wife Melinda at the time said, no, you ain't. So he didn't. But I mean, they're going to start digging deeper into his background and go, well, what did you do? So I mean, he's pretty much ruined. And that's one of them highbrow, rich uppity mucks that, look down on the normal guy going, whatever. And then what happens if there's, and he's rich enough to defend himself? What happens to the poor old boy that just got mentioned in passing? How is he going to defend himself? Well, I don't know. I guess we'll find out when it happens, huh? But I wonder how many of the Hollywood types that actually went to that island, political figures, mainly the Clintons, I wonder how soon are they moving out of the country to escape
right
conviction. So this is going to be interesting. Very interesting. So anyways, with that, we're heading on down to Georgia, see if we can't find that person that won, and see if we can't convince them to become philanthropists, because there's a lot of people out here that could have used that lottery winning from last week. And I'm sure if I go by Flintstone or Bedrock or wherever it is down here that you got your family out, I'm sure they would not appreciate me blowing the horn yelling, "Good morning, everybody." So I won't do that. I'll just drive right by. I'll mind my own business and just make sure I get to my destination safely.
There you go. Lay it
on.
on.
Senor, I'll let you go.
Lay it on thick there. Flintstone, Georgia. Defying the president's orders. According to New York Post here. Headline, disgusting. Democrat members of Congress are actively encouraging troops to disobey their commanders. That's the clear thrust of a 1-minute video released on Tuesday featuring Senators Elisa Slotkin of Michigan, Mark Kelly, Arizona, warning that, quote, this administration is pitting our uniformed military and intelligence community professionals against American citizens. Other veterans now serving in the House chime in, saying, our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders. Representatives, you got Chris DeLuzio, Pennsylvania, Maggie Goodlander of New Hampshire, Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Jason Crow of Colorado. They're all emphasizing the duty to disobey illegal orders. But if they actually saw any real sign that the president or other high commanders issuing such orders, they'd be doing a lot more than just cutting an ad. They plainly do not believe one word they're saying, or they would detail exactly what illegal orders Team Trump has issued. All of them know that the modern U.S. military takes great care to lay out what constitutes an illegal order. No one now in uniform has the least need for added instruction about that. Now, the Post says the real target audience is the blue sky addicts and so on who are going to wallow in this propaganda porn, a fantasy that presents President Trump as an out-of-control dictator poised to sick the military on civilians in some sort of coup, and panders to the progressives, desperate with a desire to see themselves as patriots resisting an outlaw regime. I said, it is a disgrace that these veterans are milking their own service to rally partisan support and raise funds down the line by insinuating the sitting president is ordering service members to violate the Constitution. Worse is the real obvious danger that some of the lower ranks may actually take this nonsense seriously and think they have a duty to indulge in quiet acts of mutiny, disobey legitimate orders because they foolishly trust a U.S. senator to play it square with them. That is 2 members of the Senate and 4 of the House are all but calling out soldiers, sailors, Marines, and airmen to defy legal orders or, say, leak classified information or otherwise sabotage the chain of command. Now, he says, until now, we've respected Kelly and Slotkin. It's appalling to see them sink so low. It's not some sort of a cynical stunt. It is a contemptible gambit that tiptoes on the edge of sedition. So I guess that's the official word you were looking for there, Heatwave, sedition. All right, Grump, welcome aboard.
You know, when I was in the military for 20 years, I had, when we were going into Iraq, I had a couple of guys that decided they just, they didn't see the need, so I printed off Article 92, which talks about disobeying lawful orders and the severity of it, and handed it to him. Said, "Here, read this, and then tell me again that you don't want to participate in this little war that's fixing to kick off." And what's going on right now is just asinine. I mean, it is absolutely nuts. If there's any commander out there that would listen to those fools that are telling these military members that they have the right to disobey an unlawful, who in the hell is going to decide what's lawful and what's not? It's if the commander-in-chief says, "This is it," I want you doing this, that's what you signed that little dotted line for, and took that oath to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. Well, right now, the enemies that they're truly got a problem with is members of Congress. I've never in my life, Steve, seen a hatred for an individual like they have for Donald Trump. They swore up and down the border was secure. It wasn't. So it is now, but it wasn't. And Trump gets long-winded in some of his stuff, and he don't know exactly how to regulate his mouth. But why should he? you know, he is the leader of the damn free world, whether they like it or not. He was duly elected by the people in both the popular vote and the Electoral College. So I wish the hell they would just get on board and shut up and offer something to the American people other than this garbage that they're offering. You know, if the Republicans lose the House in the midterms, it's going to be their problem. I mean, they're not expressing themselves. They're not bringing light to the fact that these damn Democrats have offered absolutely nothing to anyone. You know, it just, I don't know what the hell the problem is with them, but they need to start, you know, get on this hot and heavy. And I think Pete Hegseth has made it pretty clear that the military members that, yeah, you got the right to say no. And he's got the right to lock your ass up for saying no. You know, you better be damn sure that you don't get an Article 92 thrown on you if you decide to go ahead and not participate, you know, that somehow you believe or you deem this as an unlawful order. It's not their decision to make whether it's lawful or unlawful. It's their decision to follow it. If they think it is going to cause them basically criminal activity, if they believe that they are going to be charged or anything or come close to being charged in any way, shape, or form by a criminal court, yes, they have the right to challenge that. I've challenged them myself, you know, orders before, but I did them, but I mean, there was parts of it there where, you know, you say, hey, you know, boss, you need to back up here just a tad, you know, let's take another look at this. And that's what happens. You know, that's, love and war, man. But, you know, I don't know. These fools that are doing this, they're going to get somebody in some serious trouble or get some people killed. But anyway, Epstein, just brush on that real quick. I think Pam Bondi kind of overextended herself a couple of times there with her comments when she was talking about she had the file on her desk.
Yeah.
That damn file, you know, if you stack that file up, that damn thing would be 12 foot tall. You know, so what did she have on her desk? A brief summary, which is probably what was handed to her. It wasn't the file. So she kind of, you know, extended herself there just a little bit. Now, personally, I'm tired of hearing about it. I think they need to redact any kids' names, any victims' names that is in this. You know, I think Pappy kind of touched on that. Just redact those names. Everybody else is fair game. Expose them. If they're an adult that participated in any way, shape, or form in the Lolita Express or plopped their ass at Epstein's Island, then they need to be exposed for it. Anybody that took money from Epstein for campaign contributions needs to be exposed for that. But it doesn't need to consume our lives. I mean, I'm sick of listening about that damn guy, you know, and you know, suddenly it's like the votes they found in Philadelphia. You know, suddenly we found more information. You know, now we got another investigation going on. You know, I wish they would have an investigation on what all's going wrong with this damn country, and try to fix that for once instead of this garbage of every time you turn around we've got an investigation about who's doing what to who or you know what somebody said or some crap like that. You know, there's a lot more to this country, and I think our politicians are missing the boat on so much. You know, they're so concentrated on getting on being so damn drunk on power that they forget the fact that you know, John Doe exists. You know, we the people are the ones that put their asses in office. But it seems like big business and the money is what keeps them in office. So I wish they would just knock it off and start realizing that there's more to life than just the garbage that we've been seeing. You know, and let's talk about these speed limits for a little bit. You know, every pole that you see that has a speed limit sign on it, that's just a suggestion anymore. It don't mean a damn thing. Rarely do I see. I'm on the highway every day. You know, I mean, I run 700 miles a day up and back, 350 out, 350 back. Rarely do I ever see a car, or a truck with a cop behind it, on the shoulder of the highway. But I do see a lot of them sitting in the middle, and I see people blowing by. Hell, I got a radar on the front of my truck that tells, that somebody cuts over in front of me. It tells me how fast they're going. I've seen them. Now, like I said, I had a guy on a motorcycle was running 142. The average speed of people cutting around you and cutting over in front of you is about 82 mile an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And the speed limit's 70. So, they're expanding the comfort zone on how fast they can go. And that's one of the reasons why when you see these damn accidents and things out here, it was like it was when I was in Germany. People didn't walk away from an accident out on the Autobahn because they were flying. I mean, it was just, Katie, bar the door, here I come. I could be running 100 mile an hour in my BMW. I mean, literally 100 mile an hour, 110, something like that. And some jackass would come up behind you, blinking his lights and shoot by you, 140, 150 mile an hour. And that was all, but when you broke it down, and stuff, and you've seen the results of the actual speeds and stuff out on the Autobahn, it was, they averaged about 80 mile an hour. But they didn't walk away from an accident. It just, it was just that bad. But, when you mentioned that merger, Union Pacific, and how they would make up about 46% of the total rail tonnage that's out here right now, and the dollar value of that. We're looking at about $80 billion worth of revenues, net revenues off the rail system right now. That would put them at about $36 billion. Steve, I just don't get into that. I just cannot for the life of me understand why a government like ours would allow a merger like that to take place that could control that much of everything that we need. And it's, the crazy part about that is that here they're going to, if they allow that merger to happen, it just, for me, I don't think any large company like that or any merger company like that should be over 15%. 15% right there, you got 75% of different entities that are out there that's competitive. When you get into 46 and 50% up in there, there's no competition. There is absolutely none. It's going to be two sides right there setting the rates and every damn thing else. And can we afford that? Yeah, I just don't see it. We're talking right now about the big four packing houses, and how high beef prices are. They kind of set the tone for how much beef prices are, and it's just, and I work for one of them, but it's, man, I tell you, there's a lot of things going on in this country right now, buddy. I mean, it's just a lot of stuff, and I look at Maduro down in Venezuela. Do we really need to get involved in this? I mean, we got the CIA supposed to be, on the ground there. You'd think that they could arm a coup or something, but do we need to get involved in these things? I'm just sick of looking at the United States and thinking we're the sheriff of the world. That, if somebody's got to do it, but why is it always us? It's always our guys. It's always our military. And I spent, a great deal of my life in the military, but so many countries depend on the American military to bleed for them. And I'm sick of it. I just, whether we believe in their way of life and, their lifestyle, we don't, that's not a question.
Right.
We always have.
And we have to pause. I apologize. News break. Back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump announced this evening that he signed the bipartisan Epstein Files bill requiring the Justice Department to release thousands of documents on Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and other related figures within 30 days. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed the DOJ will comply with sensitive information possibly redacted. The legislation passed the House 421-1, and the Senate was unanimous. Newly released Epstein files show that Epstein tried to court Bill Gates through a donor-advised fund pitch in 2017. Texts indicate Gates was interested, but his then-wife Melinda objected. Records also show that Epstein sought help from former Obama advisor Kathleen Rumler. Wall Street closed with stocks in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 47 points, the S&P 500 gained 25 points, and the Nasdaq recouped 131 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll pick it up there. I left off with Grump. You know, you were talking about just being tired of the back and forth. Washington, D.C., that there's a lot of things they could be doing to help the people in this country rather than bickering back and forth. How about a good place to start, which obviously is, Grump, one of your top categories right now, is fixing the damn healthcare system. I had a couple of headlines this past day where Senator Marshall says even the Democrats are at least quietly admitting behind the scenes that Obamacare is an abstract failure. Then Senator Rand Paul yesterday, which I know he doesn't seem to go along with the Republicans on anything, but he said, get ready for some announcements for an entirely new health care approach. What do you think? Good place to begin trying to help the people there.
Yeah, it would be. It would be a damn good place if they took the money out of the profits away from insurance companies and forced them to actually pay the bills. That would be a good start, And if you're going to demand this kind of crap, this kind of healthcare system that you just can't afford without this insurance, but you can't afford it with the insurance. You got to be able to pay the damn premiums before you can, pay the hospital. It's ridiculous. I was sitting in a restaurant yesterday, Steve, and I was sitting there and some lady and this guy, they got out of a damn, what a G-Wagon is. It's a Mercedes Benz. It's about a, $150,000, $200,000 vehicle. They get out of this thing and we're sitting there in this restaurant. It's a small restaurant anyway. And this lady, she said, I hope that, we have a democracy left after 4 years of this guy just going on. And I said, explain your democracy. What do you look at democracy? She goes, well, I don't want to get in a political discussion. I said, you opened this can of worms. You said it so everybody could hear it. So what is your view of democracy? And she started talking all this garbage about how government, the democracy is, how we the people rely on government. I said, Jiminy Christmas. I said, did government buy you that damn G-Wagon out there? And the guy's like, no. He was actually a doctor. And he said, no, he didn't. But, blah, 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 going on about it. But, I am sick of listening to these guys talk about our democracy. It's just going to go away if that Trump can just wave this magic Harry Potter freaking wand and it's gone. When you look at every damn thing about democracy, the United States, we have a shared democracy. It's between a federal system. That's one thing that the founders were adamant about, was that we split it up among the states. We have a centralized government, which is the federal government, and then the states. That's how our federal system works. And, it's a constitutional federal republic. I wish the hell people would pick up a history book once in a while. But when you start looking at democracy and everything, we elect our officials, Steve. The demise of democracy, when they want to talk about the demise of democracy, is when you elect people like AOC that wants government in your life constantly. The demise of our democracy is when you have states like Gavin Newsom runs, that taxes people to oblivion. I mean, when we have open borders, that's right there is a kick against our Constitution. The Constitution that guarantees people the freedoms and rights that they have today. That's what democracy is about. But when you have Democrats that stand there and tell you that Constitution is this living, breathing document, that it should conform to the President of the United States will, then why the hell ain't they saying that about Donald Trump? Suddenly, I mean, we're destroying democracy because we elected somebody that don't want a bunch of damn wars, that wants more money in people's pockets, that is sick and tired of the taxpayer, we the people, having to foot the bill for every Tom, Dick, and damn Harry in the world. It's not just here in the United States, but in the world. It's, that is, to me, that's what democracy is all about. But when you have this participation in our responsibilities and everything here, in this country, when you citizens vote, we vote for our elected officials. Nobody just steps up and says, here, I'm going to put this guy in here. Well, they do if they die. If you remember how Mel Carnahan got killed in a damn plane crash, and then the guy that was leading in the polls, he stepped aside so Gene Carnahan, his wife, could take his position. I thought that was nothing but pure crap. It took away our votes, but he thought he was doing right, but he wasn't, and he did get elected the next go round. But man, I'll tell you what, I'm just so tired of it. You got that bonehead, that dumbass out of New York, Jeffries. Every time you turn the TV on, well, Donald Trump another day here, he's messing with our democracy. No, fools like him is what's messing with democracy. When they don't accept the fact that we have a legitimate president that was voted by we the freaking people, put in office by we the people. They don't accept that. Their guy just, oh, hell, it was racist. It was this, it was that. They can come up with 1,000 excuses why nobody should follow along behind Trump. Yeah, I get it. Trump's got a big mouth. He likes to talk and every damn thing else. But the man is doing what he can for this country to help everybody. And when they step back from all their rhetoric and all their horse crap and take a good look at it, it's trying to preserve the democracy that our founders come up with years and years and years ago. I mean, it just, I don't know, man. I get a little upset about this anymore, and I'm just sick of listening to them, in their mouths and how they just, they just no longer care about we the people. It's about the power that they can hold. It's about taking over, and I've just had enough of it, man. I tell you, it's just, when's it going to end? The only time it's ever going to end, and they made a damn good point about it today, was when they get term limits in there that gets rid of all these old dinosaurs that people have wanting this legacy of 50 years in the Senate. My career in the Congress or my career in the Senate. That's two words I never want to hear. Career and government. Get your ass out. Serve we the people, then go home and do something. I don't know, fish, buy a cat, maybe sit in the corner and watch TV or something. Hell, I don't know.
Do something.
But you know what I'm saying, man? It's just, do something, brother. But that's my gripe for tonight, man.
All right, Grump, there you go. Do something. What are they going to do about the whole health care? The whole government shutdown thing was about the Obamacare subsidies, essentially. That was the biggest piece. Health care for illegals. So they ended up pulling that out. Government's back open. And now the Democrats are pushing. We want to vote on extending the Obamacare subsidies. Just give us a 1-year extension of the Obamacare subsidies. Give us 3 years. But the cost of that, it's not working. And as Senator Marshall said, Obamacare it's an abstract failure. 15 years have come and gone. Every single one of us know the premiums for our insurance have soared. Whether you're on the government or your employer insurance cost. She said the Democrats are actually finally admitting abstract failure. All the premiums have more than doubled. A family of 4 with a $15,000 deductible that's making like $80,000 a year. You can't afford health care. You can't afford $15,000 deductible. She outlined a couple of pillars of the forthcoming Republican proposal, which would redirect roughly $150 billion in federal subsidies away from the insurance companies, which Grump just recommended, and direct it to the patients and require hospitals, imaging centers, labs to display their prices up front. Give the patients and empower the consumers. Enforce price transparency. That would lower premiums and reduce the overall cost. She blamed the rising premiums partly on federal overregulation because the Affordable Care Act forced small practices into unsustainable administrative burdens that contributed to industry consolidation. Acknowledging the need to protect people with pre-existing conditions. She said a reinsurance program, not broad mandates, would be a better way of stabilizing the cost. Rand Paul spoke out as well this past day. He's talking about, well, despite their policy differences between he and Donald Trump, he says, I like Donald Trump. Been friends with him for over a decade, but he said he and the president have been in close contact as of late on the health care issue. I talked with him this week, and one of the ideas he's put into play that he did in his first administration, I think we're trying to bring that back. Probably more than just try. That's the approach that involves allowing Americans to decide where to get health insurance. This is the idea of legalizing the ability to buy your health insurance through, he says, say Costco, Sam's, Amazon. Then you become part of a big group. For example, Costco has 44 million members. Numbers can mean leverage, which means a lot in the business. Can you imagine if one person negotiated for 44 million members, how you drive prices down? The current system in the U.S. prevents that kind of competitive nature that impacts many other aspects of the business. So this would be able to do what Obamacare never could do. Obamacare didn't work to drive down prices. It drove prices up. If you allow insurance to be bought through these large retailers, you can drive the price down. That would be interesting. The president recently did, I guess he posted via Truth Social a few days back. He says, the only health care I'll support or approve is sending the money directly back to the people. Nothing going to the big, fat, rich insurance companies that have made trillions of dollars and ripped off America long enough. People will be allowed to negotiate and buy their own much better insurance. Power to the people, as he put it. All right, back into
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your
your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, see if Vic's hanging in there. Are you with us, Vic? Good morning.
Yeah, I was listening to some subject there. But before I get started, since we're coming up on the time for the prognosticators and all that on the football, the reason Purdue's football team isn't doing any good, the coach left Purdue, I don't know, it was a few years back, and took his some of the team with him and went down to the University of Louisville. And then some of the things that's been going on as far as them not wanting to admit, Purdue not wanting to admit legacy students. They want to spread their, I guess you would say, cast out a wider net. And they're in a little bit of trouble now with Trump because they brought in too many foreign students. So whoever's there now, I guess they're having a heck of a time recruiting students. And by the saying, as a reverse token, IU got on track for the first time in a long time. And they're just doing a whole lot better. And the funds are pouring into IU because they, I was about a few weeks back that they were talking about, for IU can now consider themselves a football school, and the big donors are kind of pouring money in, and that's why that coach got that good contract down there. But I'll just throw that out there. I don't follow any sports at all that close, but I just know what was happening with those two schools. But whenever you were talking about that deal about Congress people or whatever advising people to ignore orders and all this other stuff, that case, it goes back to the Espionage Act in 1917, and we had a socialist from Indiana, Eugene V. Debs. He's one of Mondani's heroes. And he basically told the soldiers not to go to World War I and one thing and another. Well, anyway, he was convicted under that particular Espionage Act, and it's illegal to even in any way, shape, or form to encourage people not to obey military orders. And military orders, I know Grump was talking about that one part of the UCMJ. Those articles, if you're in a combat situation, they're interpreted differently than if you're walking around stateside in a peacetime situation. Because if you're in a battlefield and you ignore an order, it can get real serious real quick. Mm-hmm. And so anyway, I just wanted to throw that out. And I'll tell you a quick story about a Marine veteran from Vietnam that I guess it would have been about close to 30 years, at least 20 years afterwards. And he came in to stay in a motel one night with him and a buddy and two women. And then he came back up and he said, "Can I stay up here in the lobby?" He said, "Those women are crazy." And I said, "Well, yeah." And so he was telling me some things. And he said, I don't want to get back in that world because when I was in Vietnam, he said, I did some things and I didn't know if I was going to get convicted of a war crime or not. And he said, I finally got over all the drug use and everything. And I said, well, I've heard a lot of stories out there. And he said, well, probably none like mine. I said, I used to have to listen to that and keep notes for a Air Force doctor, and he said, "Oh." So he said, "Well, one time we were needing to get back to the base camp, and he said these Vietnamese peasants were out there working in the rice paddies, and we couldn't figure out how to get back because we knew it was mined and everything. And we come up with the decision as it was getting dark, we would just see where all these different peasants were, and we would shoot each one, and we'd walk off across the bodies and to get back." And I just said, "I've heard worse." And that guy started crying. I mean, it was ridiculous. So he told me what all he had went through. So when these people are out there talking about, ignoring orders and war crimes and all this other stuff, I don't think they know how much damage they should be doing. But I would say this: they should be brought up on charges, because you talk about destroying military discipline. It's going to give fits not only to Trump, but to even any junior officer who probably won't handle it that well. A senior NCO will probably do better. But it's going to cause a world of problems. And they need to define exactly what the illegal orders are and why they think they are illegal. Mm-hmm. But the other thing is, real quick, you've heard me mention the CIA. The way the CIA works, they're not allowed to spy on American citizens. So usually they get some group, and when I was in college, it was one particular fraternity, and they were spying on other college students. Of course, they were getting paid for it. And, what they said or anything else, who knows? Or else they get another intelligence agency from the Five Eyes, from a foreign country. And one of the things that kind of gave the CIA and other people, I guess you would say, a license to do that was that at the end of World War II, and they established NATO, the East German soldiers, a lot of them joined West German military or intelligence agencies. So the Soviet Union and the Chinese, they had a direct line into NATO almost from the day it was formed, and that caused problems clear up until the time, I guess, the Soviet Union collapsed. But the CIA, they don't work directly. They kind of work around it, and it's pretty hard to see exactly, what they are doing. But when I mentioned some of the stuff that they were doing with all this, sex blackmail and everything else, that you can find that pretty much all over the place. And that was why whenever they were talking about this deal with Epstein and all this other stuff, I just, and redacting stuff, I just curious where all the money was coming from and where all the money was going, because we found out that Epstein was actually giving money to a lot of political people and everything. So now then for them to all cry that, well, they were unaware of this, that, and the other, that just doesn't quite get it for me. But
and right there, Vic, we gotta wrap up another hour. But we've got one final hour yet to come. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed a bill requiring the Justice Department to release all unclassified Jeffrey Epstein files within 30 days. Survivors have called for transparency, and former Harvard President Larry Summers is stepping aside as the university investigates his connections to Epstein. Murdered journalist Jamal Khashoggi came up during a press event with Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince and President Trump at the White House.
The CIA concluded Prince Mohammed bin Salman approved of the murder of Khashoggi at the Saudi consulate in Istanbul in 2018 because Khashoggi had written several articles critical of the prince. Trump insisted the prince had nothing to do with the murder and told the prince he didn't have to answer the question. The prince did speak, questioning the credibility of the CIA report. John Summers, USA Radio News.
New USDA data reveals widespread SNAP fraud, which is costing taxpayers millions. Alabama, California, and New York lead in stolen benefits with 226,000 fraudulent claims and 691,000 unauthorized transactions nationwide.
They want those who are the most vulnerable, who are hungry, to make sure that they are fed. That's the SNAP program. But within all of that, the level of fraud and corruption and double dipping and selling benefits is astounding.
Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins speaking with Fox News. She says all recipients will now be required to reapply in order to crack down on abuse and ensure aid reaches the families who truly need it. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol says they arrested 200 illegal aliens in Charlotte during the first weekend of Operation Charlotte's Web. DHS says many had violent records, including gang members and repeat offenders tied to assaults, DUIs, as well as hit and runs. The Trump administration says they are removing dangerous illegal aliens after years of local sanctuary policies which put Americans at risk. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ultra-processed food like fast food, ready-to-eat meals, and protein bars are linked to harm in every major organ of the human body.
That's according to the world's largest review of ultra-processed foods and their impact on global health. A study published in The Lancet also found that these foods are being aggressively marketed by corporations, skewing scientific debate and working to prevent regulation. In the U.S., more than half of the average diet consists of ultra-processed foods, particularly in poorer areas. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Hunters and anglers in Washington State will no longer have to get a paper license.
The Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife will launch an app that allows licenses to be purchased on your smartphone. It'll offer both licenses and electronic tagging for species that include deer, elk, turkey, and black bear. It'll also provide the agency with real-time harvest information. The MyWDFW app will launch soon. I'm Brad Ford.
If you bring a friend for moral support when getting a flu shot, maybe you won't want to be that friend one day.
It's that time of year when people get jabbed in the arm with the latest flu shot, which, by the way, is a 75% match this year. But getting the shot is one thing. Anticipation, the jab, then a nifty Band-Aid. But it turns out watching someone else get the shot is way worse. Researchers at Western Sydney University studied brain activity in people watching others get a shot. They found they had a stronger negative reaction than the people actually getting jabbed. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Ah, yes. And away we go on our final hour. Thanks for being with us. Got a new day coming your way, 20th day of November. How about it? Thanksgiving 1 week away. Kick things off this hour with Truck and Phil. Happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Stayville. 41. Warming up to 52 today at Fort Wayne. Starting off at a chilly 30 with a high 45 for Newaygo, Michigan. So here we go. Fort Wayne to Newaygo back once again. Have a great day, everyone. It's almost Friday. Oh, yeah. Roll on, Knuckle Buster. And can't forget to shout out to all the veterans out there. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Earlier, Philip brought up the scenario of the death aboard the Carnival cruise ship about a week ago. 18-year-old deceased found stuffed under one of the beds, with a bunch of life vest, shoved under the housekeeping. Discovered the body. And the FBI is actively investigating, obviously. Something sinister happened here. And the stepmother of this was a cheerleader, a Florida cheerleader who died mysteriously on the cruise ship. Apparently has filed an emergency motion to postpone a hearing in a proceeding with her ex-husband, claiming she cannot testify because it could be incriminating to herself or one of their minor children in the criminal investigation into her stepdaughter's death. An emergency motion filed in Brevard County. Chantel Kepner asked the judge to postpone a December hearing due to the FBI investigation into the death of Anna Kepner. She was the one found deceased on the Carnival cruise ship on November 7. The respondent has been advised through discussions with FBI investigators and her attorneys that a criminal case may be initiated against one of the minor children of this instant action, according to her lawyer. Anna's step-grandfather says, I don't know why Anna was staying in a room with her step-brother. Said he learned about that arrangement from a news article. All I know is she went on the ship and she never came back. You don't go 0 to 100, but we weren't on the boat. Everybody's heartbroken. Yes, there are questions I don't think we'll ever know answers to. He said he hadn't seen Anna regularly since her mother and father grew estranged back in 2023. Says, all I can tell you is we're living a nightmare right now. The FBI has kept us in the dark, never contacted us. The Kepners haven't told us anything. We've actually learned from Facebook posts that the stepson is apparently actually a suspect in the case. All right. Bizarre scenario. Meanwhile, on the trucking side, the Arizona Department of Public Safety Highway Patrol recently sidelined nearly half of all the commercial vehicles they stopped during a series of targeted operations in the Phoenix area. Let's see, on November 19, announcing the results from several details that were targeting seatbelt use, collision-causing violations along Phoenix Metro freeways over the last week, conducted by the Highway Patrol with the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Unit. During the Phoenix details, troopers placed 46% of commercial vehicles stopped out of service for various safety violations. 25 citations for seatbelt violations in a single day. Numerous false logbook entries, drivers operating with flat tires, and equipment violations. Many of these violations could have been prevented with a simple pre-trip inspection, they said. They shared numerous photographs of the various commercial vehicle violations that they discovered during that blitz. And some were pretty ugly and very blatant violations. Meanwhile, as we, of course, have discussed in depth, English language proficiency in the trucking industry, non-domiciled CDLs, more and more, this is making national headlines. The border czar, Tom Homan, actually making an appearance on Fox News this past day, saying the Biden administration failures on the immigration front continue showing up to once again remind the American people of how incredibly important that this work under President Trump is when it comes to security in this country. Here, he was asked about the Uzbekistan illegal immigrant found by police in Kansas driving the 18-wheeler. Bill Hemmer directed the audience's attention to the on-screen graphic showing that the 31-year-old Akror Bozarov entered the U.S. in 23 under Joe Biden, wanted for the terrorist ties in Uzbekistan. Of course, Homeland Security corroborating that information. Uzbekistan authorities issued a warrant for Bozarov in 2022. Arrested on November 9, found to have the non-domiciled commercial driver's license issued by officials in Pennsylvania. But Homeland Security, the Biden granted Bozaroff a work authorization January of 2024. Homan says, how did this person walk into the United States and start driving a 60,000-pound missile on our highways? I said the Biden administration was lying to the American people when they said over and over, everybody we released into the country has been properly vetted. Well, they weren't. He went on to tell Hemmer after some conversations with Border Patrol agents, he discovered under the former president, people were released quickly to avoid the impression that the holding facilities were overcrowded. Yeah, they released him before vetting even came back from the FBI. Yeah, we don't know who all the terrorists are regarding how such people won't show up on a typical registry. That's why they should have detained him as required by federal law. Federal law says if you enter the country illegally without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Borzov was effectively behind the wheel of a death machine. If Islamists really want to wreak havoc on this country, this is how they'll do it. Sending their people to operate heavy machines, which could easily kill tons of people when driven through a Walmart or a busy street corner. Biden made his anticlimactic exit just in time to avoid juggling this catastrophe as a president. We're not going to forget this is his doing, though. The agenda of the Democrats created this. When children create problems without any grasp of the consequences, the adults are the ones left to clean up the mess. Now, the adults have to do that. We have to consider the long-term consequence of Biden's decisions and be reminded of them as much as possible. Future generations of public officials, Republicans, Democrats, have to understand it is beyond acceptable to ever normalize an open border. You do not have a country without a border. All right, see what we have with the CNI dog this morning. What do you say, dog?
Good morning. I want to thank you very much for being a part of my life. Today is my birthday.
Happy birthday.
November 20th. 60 years old. You're a big part of my life. I started listening to your dad a little bit on the satellite radio, and then the guys were talking about you, saying, "Yeah, he's going to go full time." On the old station there,
right?
And I've been with you ever since.
How about that?
So I just want to thank you very much for being a big part of my life. Other than that, things are going pretty good. I would say that truck traffic has dropped pretty much a lot out here. Don't see as many trucks. Freight is okay for me. Doing pretty good. I had a couple empties here and there, but still hauling freight. And that's all I got for tonight.
Well, all right. Well, happy birthday once again.
One.
Thank you very much, CNI Dog. That means you've been with me for, say, 21 years now. How about that? Time flies. 844-844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement? You need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
I mentioned earlier Jasmine Crockett. She gets the Dumbass of the Week nominee. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, Representative Crockett under intense fire after she tried to tie Republicans to the disgraced Jeffrey Epstein. But failed spectacularly. Yeah, we know earlier this week, the Stacey Plaskett is the non-voting congressional representative from the U.S. Virgin Islands, came under intense scrutiny when it was divulged, she was actually receiving texts and advice from Epstein when she was questioning Michael Cohen here back in 2019 at the congressional hearing about potential conflicts of interest. Well, that drew furious condemnation from Republicans and, of course, impassioned defense from the Democrats. In her zeal to defend Plaskett, Jasmine decided she's going to get her crack team to dig in to the Federal Election Commission records, looking for dirt on her Republican rivals. It turned out to be a blunder of, well, they say Texas-sized proportions, which is appropriate because she's a representative there in Texas. And boy, did she find that dirt. The crackpot research team found out that the president's current Environmental Protection Agency Administrator, Lee Zeldin, accepted campaign funds from Jeffrey Epstein during his New York congressional days. That would have been a real gotcha moment, but if only the Epstein that had contributed to Zeldin was actually the Jeffrey Epstein. It wasn't. Zeldin's donor was not the same Epstein, convicted of pedophilia, running an underage sex ring. Of course, everybody jumped on this one. Chuck Ross, investigative reporter for the Washington Free Beacon, posting, to point out that not only did Crockett's ACE research team dig up the wrong Jeffrey Epstein, they dug up an Epstein who had donated to Zeldin after the more infamous Epstein had already died. Yeah, Ross posted, Crockett getting this so badly wrong, I guess, is why politicians usually outsource their opposition research to the professionals. But you'd also expect a member of Congress to know more about the Federal Election Commission filings. Jonathan Turley, meanwhile, just poked some fun. Zeldin himself actually responded to her misleading claims, saying, quote, yes, Crockett, a physician named Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, a totally different person, donated to a prior campaign of mine. No freaking relation, you genius. Oh, boy. The most scathing remarks about her blunder came from her own side, where one Democrat strategist, speaking to Fox News, she did this on the floor. If you're looking for a good way to light $50 million on fire and lose by 15 points, then Jasmine is your candidate. Yeah, the Democrat strategist then spoke about Crockett's seeming plans to challenge Republican John Cornyn for his seat, stating she's got no shot to win that Texas Senate race, and screw up like this show why she's probably the worst candidate possible. And again, that coming from a Democrat strategist. All right. Switching gears here quickly. Venezuela, get an update. Did not touch on it on our Wednesday morning program, but word is the president has authorized the CIA to prepare covert operations inside Venezuela, part of the pressure campaign on the Maduro regime. According to the Times, President Trump signed off on CIA planning for clandestine measures that officials described as potential battlefield-shaping actions. Now, while the president has not authorized U.S. combat troops on the ground, the CIA has been instructed to develop options that could include sabotage, cyber operations, psychological campaigns, or other covert tools. All this, obviously, as the Navy's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, has moved into the region, what military planners are calling Operation Southern Spear. A buildup that the Times notes is the most significant in that region since the Cuban Missile Crisis. In addition to covert directives, the Times reports the president simultaneously opened new back-channel negotiations with Maduro. According to the paper, Venezuelan officials even floated a proposal in which Maduro would step down after a 2 to 3 year delay, an offer the White House obviously rejected. They further reported Maduro has signaled privately that American energy companies could gain access to Venezuela's oil wealth as part of any sort of deal, although the White House has made no commitments. Yeah, President Trump acknowledged over the weekend that there may be some discussions, secret talks taking place. They reported Pentagon planners have drafted strike lists targeting the drug production facilities and military units that are loyal to Maduro. There were 2 Situation Room meetings last week to review options in regards to Venezuela. Any CIA covert operations would likely precede military strikes, according to the Times. Neither the White House nor the CIA commented on the reported order, they tell us. What will the final end game be? We do not know. The U.S. has already carried out 21 attacks on boats that were smuggling drugs, at least 83 killed in those operations. But the president publicly says it's the fentanyl that's coming into this country, killing Americans. Yeah, those are the things that are drawing criticism from the Democrats and some legal analysts saying he doesn't have congressional authorization to do this. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Get back to your calls just ahead. First, got to take care of a news update here on a Thursday morning. Don't forget, you can lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump announced this evening that he signed the bipartisan Epstein Files bill requiring the Justice Department to release thousands of documents on Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and other related figures within 30 days. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed the DOJ will comply with sensitive information possibly redacted. The legislation passed the House 421-1, and the Senate was unanimous. Newly released Epstein files show that Epstein tried to court Bill Gates through a donor-advised fund pitch in 2017. Texts indicate Gates was interested, but his then-wife Melinda objected. Records also show that Epstein sought help from former Obama advisor Kathleen Rumler. Wall Street closed with stocks in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 47 points, the S&P 500 gained 25 points, and the Nasdaq recouped 131 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Where we leave off at. See if Eagle's hanging in there. Are you with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Eagle. What you got?
Okay, yeah, I want to talk about the coaching situation in college football. Well, I wanted to talk about one guy in particular, and that's Lane Kiffin, coach of Ole Miss. Got a bad situation going on. The way he's handling the situation. The way I see it, Steve, with Lane, he's a good coach. And he's already made it real clear. Well, he hasn't made it clear enough. It's either yes or no. When they ask the man a question, are you going to leave Ole Miss to go to Florida or to the LSU job? He doesn't answer the question. Okay, so it's all. They said over the last couple of days that he is taking a visit to LSU. And they say he might have went to Florida. So that tells me right there, if I'm the president of Ole Miss, that tells me right there that he's looking at other jobs. That he's not fully committed to Ole Miss. Because if he was, they've offered him a contract. They said to make him the highest paid coach in football, in college football. They've offered him $13 to $14 million a year to stay at Ole Miss, and that's still not good enough for him. They offered the man a contract. If he wanted to stay, he would have signed the deal. And the way I look at it, Steve, when you go to other schools, you've already shown me that you're interested in other people. And I would tell you, go ahead and then move on. Go ahead and leave, and we'll find us another coach because he's hurting the team. It wouldn't surprise me if Ole Miss lose their next football game because their players they're not concentrating on the game. They're more worried about what he's going to do. Are they going to have a coach next year? Is he going to go to another school, or is he going to stay there instead of focusing on the next game? And that's the biggest game, and one of the biggest games of the year in Mississippi. They play Mississippi State. The rivalry week is Thanksgiving next Friday. They'll be playing Mississippi, and that's always a tough game because it's a rivalry game. So if you're not focused on that game, if you're worried about what your coach is going to do, if he's going to be around for next year, that could affect their play on the field, and it wouldn't shock me if they lose that game and ruin a good season. They've only lost one game. I think they're 10-1 right now. They got a chance to go to the bowl championships and everything, and it all could be ruined with Lane Kiffin if he just go ahead and make a decision. But from what I'm understanding, the college, the man that's in charge of the school gave him an ultimatum. They say he needs to make a decision before the Mississippi State game. And I think that's being a little bit too nice. I would have told him you need to make a decision now. Either you want to coach for me, or you want to move on. It's just that simple. But like I said, he's already shown me what he wants to do by not signing the contract with Ole Miss. And from what I've been reading tonight while I was on hold, it looked like the deal is almost done for him to go to LSU. Why he would leave Ole Miss to go to LSU, I don't understand, because they got a bad situation. They don't have no players. They don't. A lot of the kids are transferring out. He's going to have to start over from scratch again with a whole new team and work his way from the bottom all the way get back up to the top. He's already at the top with Ole Miss. If he was smart, he'd stay right where he's at and continue winning ball games. But apparently he doesn't want to do it that way, and they may have offered him more money. So he'll go back to the bottom again and try to make LSU into another good program, it looks like. But I think he's making a bad mistake, and I thank you for taking my call.
All righty. Thank you much, Eagle.
Thank you.
Won't be long now. We kick off our Casual Friday with, indeed, the prognosticator of prognosticators and our analyst, the Grump. Obviously, picking games that would be potential contenders for postseason action. We'll see where that goes. Yeah, shortly after we get things underway there on our Friday morning edition. So looking forward to that. Maybe they'll have some thoughts on the coaching things as well. Flipping back to Washington, D.C., and Glenn Beck's The Blaze points out, we know how the corruption runs deep in D.C., right? And the swamp protects the swamp. Apparently, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. I had Fox News Now on this past day, and I was trying to eat me some lunch, watching Representative Nancy Mace, who took to the House floor, calling for the censure of a Republican colleague, no less, one Corey Mills of Florida. She's leading the charge. Yeah, not often that a fellow Republican would go after another. Same on the other side of the aisle, is it? She was expected to force a vote on the censure last night. I don't think that happened. What they did indeed do, I guess after what she had to say, the House Ethics Committees launched a formal investigation into her allegations against the embattled Corey Mills. Maybe this report was because they said the House was poised to vote on whether to censure the Florida Republican later last evening. So I'll have to dig a little deeper. But what she was suggesting is this all actually goes back to the vote on the censure of the Democrat earlier this week that several Republicans joined in on to prevent it from happening. And lo and behold, Corey Mills was one of them. There was a handful of Republicans that broke from the party, preventing the Democrat delegate Stacey Plaskett from being censured after the details documented she had colluded with Jeffrey Epstein, texting with him during a congressional hearing last year. Since that censure vote failed, Nancy Mace and several of her Republican colleagues have alleged that her protection, that is Plaskett's protection, was secured in exchange for the suppression of Mills' own censure. Another backroom deal so Corey Mills can't get censured. According to Mace, stolen valor. She said on the House floor this past day, quote, "I have the general who, quote, recommended him for the Bronze Star on record, stating he never wrote it, he never read it, and never personally signed it. This is what goes on in Washington. The Plaskett censure," she went on to say, failed because House leadership exchanged that censure failure for the withdrawal of a vote to censure and refer Corey Mills to the House Ethics for investigation. That came from Representative Anna Pauline Luna of Florida. Mace is looking to censure Mills over a string of scandals, including alleged stolen valor, arms deals under investigation for, and alleged abuses towards women. It's not the first time Mills has been accused of cutting backroom deals with the Democrats. In September, Mills was indeed the deciding vote that prevented the House from censuring Democrat Representative Ilhan Omar over her series of insensitive comments following Charlie Kirk's assassination. Mills at the time claimed that he was abhorred by her views, but she had a First Amendment right to express them. At the same time, reports suggested that Mills protected Omar to squelch his own censure in the House. I guess Mills is laying low. No comment, no response from his office. But I guess later in the day, during the afternoon, the Ethics Committee did announce that they're going to, kick off the investigation, considering whether Mills failed to properly disclose required information on statements required to be filed in the House, whether he improperly solicited and or received gifts, including in connection with privately sponsored, officially connected travel, or received special favors by virtue of his position. They'd already been looking at some allegations. After a referral form, what was then the Office of Congressional Ethics found substantial reason to believe Mills may have violated campaign finance rules, benefited from federal contracts while in office, or misreported his financial information. So all that, of course, the same day that Nancy introduced the resolution to censure him, thinking maybe he was blindsided a bit this past day. I'll see what the blind man has going on here on a Thursday.
Oh, I'm in a bad mood today, Steve. I had C-SPAN radio on for a few minutes yesterday, and I was in the middle of a women's forum, leftist women, explaining how people in the military could disobey Trump's orders.
Yes.
And that really frosted my buns, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
It's just incredible. And I had a friend who would repeatedly tell me the worst thing that ever happened was allowing women to vote. And my fiancée would roll her eyes when her brother would say that. It's just incredible what the left are doing, and sometimes I get frustrated that we can't break through and put a stop to some of this nonsense that's going on. I know it's sure happy it's Thursday day, but I'm just not in a happy mood, if you know what I mean.
We were talking a bit earlier, I think before you probably woke up this morning, about they've actually got like a 60-second ad. 2 senators, I think 4 House members on the Democrat side, trying to tell the members of the military to not obey those orders from Trump because they're illegal orders.
I heard that, yeah. And I wish something could be done about these leftist women. It just frosts my buns, if you know what I mean. But as my friend Nick says, these Democrats are going to walk right into a wall one of these days. He says they're cornered now about a couple of things. It's just, I guess we're just going to have to live through this. I really appreciate shows like yours, where I can hear some decent people call in, and some of them, of course, are my friends.
Yes.
So I'm really thankful for.
How about that? Well, you mentioned you mentioned Nick there, blind man. Nick's actually coming up right after you. How about that?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, listen, let me get off so he can get on.
Okay. Have a good morning there. I think Nick wants to talk, and this has been another very interesting topic of discussion. Yeah, you see some of these reports. We've all familiar with Dearborn, Michigan, which is essentially a Muslim community. Yeah, Muslims have taken that community over. Yeah, the calls to prayer, broadcast 5 times a day, all that stuff. But it's beginning to rear its ugly head in other communities around the country. I was looking at the list of the number of mosques that have opened in Texas in the last few years is astounding. Texas Governor Abbott on Tuesday designating the Muslim Brotherhood and the Council on American Islamic Relations as foreign terrorist organizations and transnational criminal organizations, which immediately has those on that side saying he's an Islamophobe. But his authorizations kind of heightened enforcement actions in the state. In a press release, he said this designation bars both groups and their affiliates from purchasing or acquiring land in Texas and paves the way for expanded investigations and legal action. Abbott said these groups have long made their goals clear to forcibly impose Sharia law and establish Islam's mastership of the world. He added the efforts to subvert our laws through violence, intimidation, harassment is not acceptable. The Council on American Islamic Relations, in a statement to the Houston Chronicle, said they may pursue legal action, calling this a publicity stunt, a politically motivated attack on Muslim Americans by defaming prominent American Muslim institution with debunked conspiracy theories and made-up quotes. Mr. Abbott has again shown that his top priority is advancing anti-Muslim bigotry. Okay, supporters of Abbott's decision say this reflects growing concern about foreign influence and extremist networks operating in this country. It's not clear how this state-level designation will align with federal law or how it's going to be interpreted by the courts, because almost undoubtedly it's headed that way. Legal analysts note there's little precedent for a state to independently designate foreign terrorist organizations, kind of raising questions about is it enforceable, constitutional challenges that may be forthcoming, but I'm assuming that's kind of on the lines you wanted to touch on there. Nick, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Yeah, because as I woke up, I was watching it on Fox, and because they replay Hannity, so I saw that report with the Texas governor, and that's what really concerns me, because it seems like we're being colonized, and I have nothing against people, but these folks don't want to assimilate. They want to dominate and take over. And you see what's going on in New York, and that's really concerning, because you have a mayor coming in there who, first of all, he's a multi-millionaire, and he's asking for money for his transition team, and he's bringing in other people that are going to try to change the laws, and he's already said he's not going to follow federal law. He's not going to obey the administration. This is why I want to bring up the topic of the Insurrection Act, and I think Trump's going to have to do that. I think he is going to do that.
And I think this past...
put a stop to this.
Yeah, and I think in Texas as well, Governor Abbott, I think he launched an investigation into, supposedly they've got courts that are set up that are operating, observing Sharia law courts, not legit U.S. Constitution law.
In our country.
in our country. Yes, sir. Yeah, Nick, I'm looking directly from the Governor Abbott's website yesterday, sending a letter to the North Texas District Attorneys and Sheriffs, the Attorney General of Texas, and the Texas Department of Public Safety to alert them of possible criminal violations by Sharia tribunals masquerading as legal courts and calling for investigations into these entities purporting to enforce Sharia law. It's come to my attention certain entities in Texas, including in Collin and Dallas counties, may be masquerading as legal courts staffed with judges issuing orders that purportedly carry the authority to bind individuals to Islamic codes, thereby preempting state and federal laws. The U.S. Constitution's religious protections provide no authority for religious courts to skirt state and federal laws simply by donning robes and pronouncing positions inconsistent with Western civilization. I urge you, therefore, to investigate efforts by entities purporting to illegally enforce Sharia law in Texas. Legal disputes in this state must be decided based on American law, rooted in the fundamental principles of American due process, not according to Sharia law dispensed in modern-day star chambers, as he put it. We'll wrap things up right after this.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, couple of final tidbits to throw your way as we wrap up a Thursday edition. We know with these massive data centers popping up all over the country, energy production has become a big news item. We need more energy. Who's going to foot the bill? Now, these data centers oftentimes consuming as much energy as a whole city in some cases. The administration announcing yesterday they're going to again extend the life of a Michigan coal-fired power plant that was actually supposed to close last May as the utility consumers' energy transitions to supposedly cleaner sources of electricity. The Energy Department said there are emergency conditions that require the J.H. Campbell power plant to remain open to meet electrical demand in the central U.S. Otherwise, the government warned homes and businesses might go dark. Now, you've got the environmental groups and the Michigan Attorney Generals that have gone to court trying to overturn orders to keep that plant online. A plant that opened in 1962 near Lake Michigan in western Michigan's Ottawa County. It can generate up to 1,450 megawatts of electricity. That serves like up to 1 million people. So that'd be taking a lot of juice offline. So I guess that's a battle that keeps going back and forth. This latest decision will order that this keep it open last until at least mid-February, according to the report there. All right, that's it for a Thursday morning. Thank you so much for being with us. Thanks for participating, listening. Come back at the midnight hour for our casual Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling.